LoveLore Library. Chapter 301. After following Professor Shen Yulin for many days, Su Li's theoretical physics was still his shortcoming. However, as an engineer with rich practical experience, his understanding and application of the non-elastic Hawke's law was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The connecting assembly system made the outer transparent material of the safe house sturdier. Bullets were used to forcibly draw a balanced line on the surface of the safe house. Finally, gravity was applied to the connecting part. Only then could one strike succeed. It was not difficult to have the theory and dare to put it into practice. The key was to have the means and ability to implement it and smash the evil safe house. The most important thing was Su Li's last punch. This punch was too fierce and too heavy. It was like a large steel ball hanging from a heavy dismantling machine, whizzing over. No matter how sturdy the design of the safe house was, it probably never occurred to them that a person's body could explode with the power of such a heavy machine. Therefore, in front of Su Li's fist, the transparent glass door cracked open. The white crack spread out like a spider web. Then, it shattered into a messy postmodern image. In the end, it shattered into countless pieces of brittle glass and fell to the ground. It was like thousands of piles of snow piled up between the two of them. With such an inhuman strength, Su Li's right wrist snapped. His face was pale, but his squinted eyes were unusually bright. Without a trace of pain or hesitation, he walked into the door. His military boots stepped on the thousands of piles of broken glass and snow, making a rustling sound. Just as the glass door shattered, Senator Macklin's eyes, which were as calm as a lake, also shattered into pieces. The tranquil luster dimmed for a moment before dispersing in all directions. Because of the unimaginable abnormality in front of him and the approaching death, it disappeared from his old and tired black eyes. When a boy wooed the girl he liked by the Rose River, he would probably think of his peers in the movies. Those Casanova with big noses or small noses cheering for him. The young people who participated in the high school joint examination would definitely think of countless outstanding seniors or the best cheaters in the school to cheer for them. When the last soldier in the frontline tunnel in the West Woods held a cluster bomb and fearlessly charged at the dynasty's tanks in front of him, he would definitely think of many heroes, such as Li Pifu. Those who acted bravely for a just cause. Thinking back to those who acted bravely for a just cause in the past, those who did not care about their own safety, perhaps they did not have the time to think too much. People would habitually use a lot of mental things to boost their courage and confidence before doing something big. Su Li was also an ordinary person, and he was no exception. However, when he stepped on the glass and came to the front of Senator Macklin, he did not think of anything. Su Li did not expect Macklin to look like an old man with one foot in the grave. The look of despair on his face was like that of a person who deserved sympathy. He did not think about the consequences of killing Macklin. He did not think that it was a human life. Su Li did not think about the consequences of killing Macklin. He had watched this person for a whole year. He was a little tired and wanted to give up. However, the pictures of the dead children in Charter Square made him pick up the idea again. Perhaps it was because he thought for too long on the bench behind the snow, so he did not think about anything today. He did not need to think. Carrying his travel bag, he killed his way into the heavily surrounded Golden Foundation building and killed his way to the old man. Some people thought too much and did too little. Su Li would do it after he thought it through. He was just an ordinary person. LoveLore Library. At this time, he did not even know Macklin's true identity. What a small person like him did would have a great impact on the Federation. He raised the gun with his left hand and pulled the trigger. After entering the building, everything was going according to plan. However, there was a huge problem in the middle. But from the way Su Li dealt with the matter of the safe house, under the premise that he had enough information, he was a very calm person who could come up with a plan. So, at this time, he was sure that there was still one bullet left in his gun, the last bullet. However, the shot did not go off. The tough guns in Team 7's armory finally had a problem for the first time, but it happened at the most critical moment. Sulu mumbled something vaguely. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He threw the gun in his hand to the ground. At this moment, Macklin's slack eyes quickly closed and regained their luster. He had experienced too many moments of life and death in his life, but there was not a moment as shocking as when Sulu pulled the trigger between his eyebrows. However, when this moment disappeared, the experienced and tough Macklin was ready to seize this last chance. He did not try to take out the gun in his pocket to shoot. This was because what had happened before made him very clear that the small-eyed man in front of him had an unparalleled and terrifying strength in these aspects. Macklin reached out the pen that he had been holding in his hand and handed it to Sulu. He said in a hoarse voice, "I think you should need this very much." Until now, Macklin was still thinking about why this person called Sulu wanted to kill him. If it was to avenge the girl called Zhang Xiaomeng, but Zhang Xiaomeng was not dead. This experienced and ruthless Macklin would never have thought that Sulu wanted to kill him because of some old things that he thought were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the big shots in the Federation, such as Lin Hai and the concert. He had always thought that Sulu had invaded the Golden Foundation building and wanted to kill him for other reasons. There was some great interest involved. Perhaps he was representing the will of Lady Tai, or perhaps he had some conflict with those guys in Green Dragon Mountain. Therefore, Macklin handed over his pen and was ready to negotiate with him in a hoarse voice. Sulu looked at the pen in front of him and was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, should I say thank you? I want to kill him now, but he still wants to find a convenient person for me. He was so calm and indifferent in the face of death. Although this Macklin was an unforgivable person, it still made him feel a little emotional. No one, not even the history books of the Federation in the future, knew that this was actually just a misunderstanding. Su Li's face was expressionless. Perhaps this was the only way to calm his emotions. He took the pen and stabbed it in silence. The black, expensive ink pen had a hard alloy tip at the front end. It drew a dark ray of light in the air, like a knife that the orphans of Donglin would play with on the muddy ground. With a poof, it pierced into Macklin's neck. Then, it was pulled out. Macklin did not react at all. It was not until the blood on his neck spurted onto the wall that he realized what had happened. He frowned and covered the wound on his neck that was spurting blood. He stared at Sulu and wanted to say something, but no words came out. He took 2 steps back, tripped over a chair, and sat on the ground with a crash. Blood continued to flow out from the gaps between his pale and withered fingers. The old senator furrowed his brows in pain and breathed in the last few breaths of air. His eyes widened as he looked at Sulu with a trace of disbelief. Finally, he twitched a few times and stopped breathing. During the process of Macklin's death, Sulu stared at him silently. He stared at his face, his eyes, the fingers on his neck that were covering the wound, and the blood that was oozing out between his fingers. As the blood oozing out between his fingers became less and less, and thicker, he took a deep breath. At this time, he seemed to have some free time to think. Watching the person in front of him slowly die, Sulu thought of the beautiful ticket takers in the Linhai State Gymnasium. Those girls whispered behind him, discussing how such a student could sit in the most luxurious box. Some of those girls later became corpses. Sulu had seen it with his own eyes when he was on the run with Tai Yuan. He thought of the concert in Mountain 4 States. He thought of the children who died at the age of 6 or 7. He thought of the children's innocent and young faces when they died and slept. He thought of their families and the few people in Charter Square. Sulu watched Macklin die. His left eye could see ghosts at this time. In the hologram in his left eye, the string of citizen numbers that had been floating above Macklin's head shattered and then disappeared like the previous door. When he saw this scene and confirmed Macklin's death, he lowered his head and gently breathed. Breathe, breathe the air without you. How fresh this air is. However, like a balloon that had been filled with air, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The goal of meditating without sleep was achieved. Su Li's mind couldn't help but feel a little lost. In an instant, the injuries that were suppressed by his strong willpower all broke out. He had been hit by many bullets. Although the hard ceramic bulletproof vest had protected most of his vital parts, he had been bleeding all the way here. He was already extremely weak. His previously forgotten broken right wrist was also starting to feel waves of sharp pain. Su Li moved his sore and stiff body with difficulty, leaned against the wall next to him, and slowly sat down. In the capital special district of Planet S1 far away, in front of the sea of people in front of the Parliament Hill, the people who participated in the presidential inauguration ceremony looked excitedly at the dark-faced president on the stone steps. President Pobre's speech had come to an end. The overwhelming words, the sonorous and powerful words, and the promises that were not too complicated but were exceptionally powerful, were like countless bells that struck the hearts of the citizens who had placed endless hope in the new Federation government. The guests on the viewing platform had smiles on their faces as they respectfully and courteously watched President Prabal, who was waving his arms. However, what they were thinking was completely different from what they were thinking about during the solemn inauguration ceremony. The old director of the Bureau of Proclamation slowly closed the phone in his hand. Thinking of the news he had just heard, a smile appeared on his aged lips. The smile was full of endless relief. Macklin was dead. It's good that he's dead. I'll have to write Macklin's words in the future. From the beginning of the design, it was to have Su Li use the pen to kill Macklin, so he had to arrange for the last bullet to go wrong. The reason for this was that he felt that perhaps Macklin would not do anything personally, but he could use orders to frame people and harm many people. From the bottom of his heart, he was not an official of the pen, so it was more appropriate for him to die with the pen. That paragraph also wanted to explain that many things could be negotiated. Many people would think so, but Su Li had never thought about this problem. He was more direct. I originally thought that I would have to wait until 9 o'clock to write this chapter. Fortunately, I was in a good mood. Although my body is quite weak, I wrote it much earlier. At this time, I went to eat and then put on more clothes to keep warm. Speaking of which, it's only October, but the temperature is lower than I've ever experienced in my life. It's still the old saying from a long time ago. China is too big, and the difference between the North and the South is too big. The Federation is also very big. Chapter 302. The glory of the Charter, which was spread all over the Federation, was naturally aware of Macklin's death. The news quickly spread from the Bureau of Proclamation to the site of the inauguration ceremony. The old director with the surname Yun was the first to confirm the news, only a few minutes after Su Li pulled out the tip of his pen. It was a crime to harbor a treasure, but at least he was holding something valuable. This news was not good news. The old director softly told the person he needed to tell, and then the news began to spread among the high-ranking government officials on the viewing platform and the stone steps. Although the range of the news was limited to a very small number of people, their shocked expressions still gave many people some hints. At this time, the director of the Bureau of Proclamation was basically able to confirm the true identity of Macklin, so when he heard the news, his old heart was filled with endless relief. He stood on the viewing platform with a smile and maintained his silence. The other high-ranking government officials, however, did not know this at this time, so their expressions were the opposite of his, extremely ugly. With warm applause, whistles, and music in front of Parliament Hill, President Pobre ended his speech. He kindly and extremely politely thanked the old Chief Justice, Mr. He Ying, and then waved to the people below the stone steps. He held his wife's hand, and accompanied by his aides and office officials, they walked to the resting area. On the way, Vice President Byron and the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau quickly whispered a few words in his ear. President Pobre's expression suddenly became serious, his dark face hiding a trace of deep anger. He pondered for a moment, and then quickened his pace. The inauguration ceremony was still going on, and there should be several performances to set the atmosphere. The top cultural figures from the various regions of the Federation would work hard to show their best side, so the sea of people did not disperse, but waited excitedly. They did not know that the Federation had a big event today, and no one noticed the president's quick pace in the shadow of the winter tree. The guests on the viewing platform gradually dispersed. The high-ranking officials and generals of the government and military were all heading towards the president's residence not far away to participate in the first Federation government meeting. At this time, they roughly knew what had happened in the 4 states around S2, and their expressions couldn't help but be somewhat worried. The president of the Three Forest Federation Bank, old Mr. Li Yuan-gong, walked down with the help of his son. The short man adjusted the black round hat on his head, squinted his eyes, and looked back at Lady Tai. He found that the lady had already left. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Macklin is dead. We don't know who did it yet, but there should be news soon. Get ready. In the cold weather, the old man from Liyuan Palace coughed twice. The wrinkles on his face were as deep as knives. He looked at his successor and said, I think the president must be very angry. On the first day he came to power, he received such bad news. Li Xiuzhu, wearing a short gray windbreaker and a bow tie, looked very energetic. Although he had already guessed before, he had never thought that he would hear the news of Macklin's death today. His beautiful eyebrows instantly furrowed. He lowered his voice and said in a hurried tone, Father, what should we do? The Federation government will naturally do what they should do. Liyuan Palace took off his thick gloves and walked out along the special passage for the distinguished guests. What we need to do is to fully cooperate. Fully cooperate. Cooperate with what? Suppress the commotion that may soon arise because of Macklin's death. Li Xiuzhu's furrowed brows still couldn't loosen. Thinking of the politician who had just died, the old man from Liyuan Palace couldn't help but sigh softly. White mist scattered around his dry lips. The Federation can't be in chaos. I think both President Pobre and his wife will realize this. The old man said, since he's already dead, we have to accept this reality and do a good job of cooperating. This sentence was said very indifferently. The death of Macklin, who had been secretly cooperating with the Leaf family for a long time, was like a stranger in this old man's words. Last time, he was just caught and sent to the Justice Department, and this is already happening. I'm very worried. Li Xiuzhu said worriedly. Behind him, for some reason, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers in the square. The old man from Liyuan Palace walked forward with a smile and said slowly in an old voice, I never look down on any ordinary people, but I also never overestimate their loyalty to their beliefs. Li Xiuzhu's heart trembled slightly. He vaguely understood something. Last time, Macklin's fanatical supporters had caused such a big commotion in the Federation. It seemed that his family was behind it. However, at that time, the Leaf family needed Macklin's ability to incite people to ensure that the Federation's investigation wouldn't go too deep and involve them. Now that Macklin was dead, the Leaf family naturally didn't have to worry about anything. They naturally had to stand firmly on the side of the government, or rather, on the side of the people that a few black cars without obvious markings were walking on the side road. The winter trees had no leaves, and the sun was clear and cold. Because of the traffic control of the presidential inauguration, these few cars were particularly eye-catching. Lady Tai sat in the back and looked at the street through the window. For the upper class of the Federation, this appearance on the viewing platform today was a rare opportunity to get close to her. Although she deliberately stood in the most inconspicuous corner, after the ceremony was over, who knew how many high officials and nobles tried to say a few words to her. However, this lady didn't have any desire to talk today. She looked at the withered trees with a heavy heart. Different from the wise old man from the Lee family, she already knew who the mastermind behind the assassination at the S2 Foundation building was. The interior of the car was as warm as spring. The madam quietly looked at the winter scenery, but she suddenly thought of the editor and reporter from the Capital Daily News. She thought of the inspector who was still locked up in the FBI but refused to back down. She thought of the crazy and dangerous people in Green Dragon Mountain. She thought of the man from many years ago. Naturally, she also thought of Su Lu. She felt a little cold. The young man she wanted to control was indeed an extremely dangerous person, just like his teacher. Since that was the case, then he couldn't be left alive. Medellin is dead. Lady Tai retracted her gaze from the window and calmly said, "His Excellency the President may have some problems. Let the TV station and the network headquarters cooperate with the government." Secretary Shinley, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, slightly stiffened, then immediately reacted and calmly replied. At this moment, a bell rang in the Capital Special District. The clear and distant sound of the bell passed through a few blocks and was then filtered by the thick glass of the black car, becoming somewhat dull and deep. President Pobre's motorcade had already arrived at the president's official residence. The former president, Mr. Sieg, was waiting for them on the lawn. The highest authority of the Federation had begun to be handed over. According to the historical custom of the Federation, the bell next to Charter Square began to ring. Lady Tai listened to the bell with a calm expression, but in her heart, she was thinking, "Who is this bell ringing for?" Su Lu leaned against the wall, his face pale. His fractured right wrist hung over his knee, and the ground around him was a mess. Today, he had used all of his energy and squeezed out every drop of strength in his body. With the help of that great existence, he was so lucky, or perhaps crazy, to achieve his goal. The moment he fell, all of his injuries and exhaustion exploded, causing him to sit on the ground. He was so weak that he couldn't even lift a finger. The gunshot wounds on his body were very serious, but what really drained him was the final blow. A year ago in the underground parking lot of Linhai Stadium, he had valiantly kicked a military mecha, causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground from the recoil. Today, he was much stronger than he was then, so he could still hold on, but he couldn't continue with the rest of the plan. Listening to the increasingly sparse gunshots outside the room and the scattered footsteps that gradually approached the door, Su Lu lowered his head, speechless. The door was knocked open, and a person covered in blood rushed in. The first thing this person did after coming in was not to shoot at Su Lu, but to push all of the furniture around the door behind the door, including two extremely heavy safes. Su Lu raised his head, and with just one glance, his eyes lit up. When he knew that there was someone supporting him outside, he had been guessing who that person was. Now, he found that it was indeed him. Shi Qinghai, whose face was covered in blood, turned around and saw Macklin's body on the ground. He was slightly stunned. At this moment, his feet seemed to be filled with lead, showing his true condition. He laughed bitterly, walked to the wall with difficulty, and slid down weakly against the wall to sit beside Su Lu. Su Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, but it was spat on his clothes. He turned his head with difficulty, looked at this guy, and said in a hoarse voice, "I was hoping that you could get me out." Police sirens sounded around the Golden Foundation building. The police had rushed over. The Federation Investigation Bureau and more powerful departments had finally arrived. Even if all the security personnel inside the Golden Foundation building were killed by the two of them, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to escape now. "I was hoping that you could get me out." Shi Qinghai lowered his head and scolded with a smile. His chest was heaving up and down. He had already thrown the ACW outside because he had run out of bullets. After blocking for Su Lu in the building for so long, his body was already full of scars. It had to be said that this fierce person, who was trained by the 1st Military Academy and the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Federation, was extremely capable and lucky to be able to survive until now. Su Li's plan did have a final escape plan, but at this time, the two people sitting against the wall had already used up all their energy in the previous brilliant battle. They didn't leave any power or escape route for themselves, so they didn't have the ability to carry out the final plan. Of course, if they hadn't put in so much effort and fought so valiantly before, they wouldn't have been able to do it in front of such a tight defense. Su Lu looked down at the bracelet on his wrist, laughed bitterly, and coughed violently, coughing up 2 puddles of blood. The two people looked up at each other, shook their heads at the same time, and smiled in relief. At this time, there were countless fully armed combatants inside and outside the building. Not far away, the roar of armed helicopters could be faintly heard. The police headquarters and the investigators of the Federation Investigation Bureau had already confirmed the life and death of Councilman Macklin from the Bureau of Proclamation, so they didn't choose to attack immediately. However, the two people who made them feel like they were facing a great enemy were no longer able to fight. They were sitting next to Macklin's body, smoking a 37 brand cigarette and talking about some very boring things. I just heard the sound of a bell. Shi Qinghai took the half-burned cigarette from his mouth and said lightly. The filter of the cigarette was full of blood. Oh. What time is it? Su Lu lowered his head and said purely subconsciously. Shi Qinghai looked at him helplessly and said, I heard the death knell for us. As soon as he finished speaking, gunshots rang out. The glass window on the right side of the senator's office was instantly shattered into pieces. Then, a smoke bomb was shot in. In the chaos, a few Special Forces members dressed in black slipped down from the sky and pounced in like a few fierce tigers. There were also several big holes in the wall because of the explosion. Countless fully armed combatants flooded in. Very unprofessional. Shi Qinghai murmured a few times and confirmed that smoking cigarettes was indeed not as good as smoking cigarettes. Although Su Li's left eye could still see through the smoke and see the movements of the intruders, he couldn't do anything and was too lazy to do anything. Whether it was him or Shi Qinghai, they had no bullets and no strength. Even the blood in their bodies was about to run out. Don't move. Hands up. With a few loud shouts, the smoke gradually dispersed. Countless black gun barrels were pointed at the two people sitting against the wall at close range. The head of the Special Task Force walked in with a heavy expression, but the phone in his hand was pressed tightly to his ear. An extremely important order had just come from the distant capital. As soon as he put down the phone, he saw the scene in the room and couldn't help but stiffen slightly. Senator Macklin's body was on the side. This was the news that had been confirmed earlier. What surprised him was the behavior of the two terrorists against the wall at this time. Facing the countless gun barrels, Shi Qinghai, who was already exhausted, quickly raised his hands in the air. He was tearing up because of the smoke, and his eyes were red as he said seriously, I surrender. At this time, he was holding a cigarette that was almost burnt out in his right hand and a bloody pen in his right. This posture looked very funny. Also, this guy beside me doesn't want to raise his hands and surrender. Shi Qinghai looked at the nervous and solemn Special Forces of the Federation in front of him and said seriously and sincerely, both of his hands are disabled. He really can't raise them. Su Lu, who had been keeping his head down, finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. The cigarette in his mouth spat out and fell to the ground, splashing a few sparks. Chapter 303. The Emperor never disappeared. He just changed his clothes a few times. George Carlin. In the late spring of the 68th year of the constitutional era, there were many buildings hidden in the lush forest at the northern end of S1 State. In the early morning, loud slogans and uniform footsteps could be faintly heard coming from the field behind the mountain. Sometimes, the muffled sound of gunfire could be heard coming from the ground. This was originally a branch of the General Assembly base under the Ministry of National Defense of the Federation. 70 years ago, it was transformed into a military training base. During the war between the Federation and the Empire, there were countless brilliant military heroes who had received rigorous training here. The largest joint anti-terrorism battle exercise of the year had just concluded at this training base last week. At the end of the competition between the four military regions, there might not be a real winner, but the senior generals of the military were very pleased that they had picked out the best of the best from the soldiers who participated in the maneuver. For them, these young soldiers who performed well in the exercise were the most powerful reserve force of the federal military. Therefore, after the exercise ended, these officers who were listed by the Ministry of National Defense did not return to their original units. Instead, they stayed at the training base. In the depths of the base, there was a building covered with ivy. It looked extremely inconspicuous. The conference room on the third floor was dark. One could faintly hear the sound of heavy breathing and smell the faint smell of men's sweat, but nothing could be seen. The only light came from the hologram in front of the conference room. It seemed that many people were watching a movie, but no matter how much the Federation soldiers paid attention to discipline, they would not be so silent when watching a movie. In the dark conference room, other than the smell of breathing and sweat, there was no sense of a person's presence. The light on the hologram passed through the smoke that filled the conference room and slowly dispersed. What was playing now was indeed not a movie, but a surveillance video marked as top secret. The video was a bit blurry, and the time stamp in the lower right corner showed that the video had taken place about 5 months ago, in the cold winter of January. In the video, there was a guy wearing a guard's uniform, wearing a hat and dragging a travel bag, walking inside a building. Because this person had his head down, his face was hidden under the shadow of the hat, so no one could see his true appearance. On the surveillance video, the sound of an alarm rang out. Under the command of the system, countless guards surrounded the intruder from all directions. From that moment on, the intruder in the guard uniform sped up. His body on the screen dazzled the audience in the dark. The intruder held 2 light machine guns and began to open fire. He began to run. His figure became a little strange and terrifying. He appeared and disappeared in every corner of the building. He calmly and terrifyingly killed the enemies one by one and hid himself. Then, he was ambushed by heavy fire behind a wall. Dust rose under his feet, and his body instantly rushed to the ceiling. Then, he pounced down and strangely avoided the bullets that filled the sky. He killed his way to the center of the enemy. The hologram in the conference room was divided into several screens. The surveillance system recorded the intruder's movements from different angles. At the same time, it monitored the movements outside the building. From time to time, there was the dull sound of a heavy sniper rifle. It seemed that someone was sniping outside the building. Every time there was a sound, a guard would fall to the ground. The people in the conference room who were watching the surveillance video maintained a dead silence. Except for the sound of breathing and the occasional sound of smoking, there was dead silence. The screen was filled with smoke. The intruder was obviously forced into a desperate situation. But for some reason, he stood up coldly and fearlessly. Under the cover of the smoke, he quietly walked toward the direction marked as the exit of the 3 eastern areas. The silent pistol in his hand seemed to be guided by God. Through the heavy smoke, he aimed at the enemy in the corner and gently pulled the trigger. At this point, the silent conference room finally had some more sounds. The sound of chairs moving could be heard. Perhaps the people who were watching the video could no longer control the shock in their hearts. As the surveillance video played, the auxiliary holographic screen on the side continued to explain the breakdown of the tactical actions. Data indicators flowed like a waterfall. The route of the invaders, the trajectory analysis during shooting, the time spent in each section, and the cooperation between the installation of the bomb and the acquisition of intelligence were all dissected. It was extremely naked. The surveillance video on the hologram finished playing. The lights in the conference room were turned on. There was still not much noise in the spacious conference room. Some of the officers in dark green military uniforms with different stripes on their shoulders were still squinting their eyes as they looked at the hologram. It seemed that they couldn't understand what they had just seen. More officers began to reach for their pockets, took out cigarettes, lit them, and stuffed them into their dry lips. For a time, the smoke in the conference room was thicker than before. It was extremely suffocating. These ace soldiers from the major military regions of the Federation smoked in silence. While thinking about the purpose of the training base to let them watch this video, they couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the previous video. In the surveillance video, although the tactical movements of the ordinary-looking young man in the guard uniform did not appear to be very professional, the choice of every attack he made was so clean and efficient. Coupled with this person's inconceivably powerful actions, these attacks were extremely sharp and powerful, making the people who watched this video feel a deep sense of awe. There was also the sniper who rushed into the building later. He was also an extremely fierce person. Although not all the officers who watched the video recognized that the heavy big gun was the legendary ACW, the weight of the gun indicated on the auxiliary screen made them admire this slender guy who was able to carry a heavy anti-material rifle weighing 21 kilograms and climb walls and drill holes. Not to mention this person who guarded the entrance of the 3 eastern areas in the end. He actually used the anti-material rifle as a heavy machine to block the firepower. If the previous sniping outside the building showed that this sniper was absolutely excellent in military training, then this person later relied on the anti-material rifle to block the 3 entrances. It could only be said that this person played with guns to the point of ecstasy. This person was admirable, but what about that person? He actually calmly walked forward in the smoke like he was playing a game. He raised his hand and killed a person. Not to mention that he didn't have a thermal imaging system. Even if he did, it was impossible to perform this kind of movie scene in the environment created by the military smoke bomb. This was not something that a human could do. Therefore, some officers began to doubt the authenticity of this video. A female captain walked up to the podium in the conference room. She frowned and glanced at the officers who were smoking silently below the podium. She waved her hand in front of her, as if she wanted to drive away all the choking smoke. Although she was not in a good mood, in front of the treasures of the major military regions and the echelon officers who were focused on training by the federal military, she couldn't lose her temper. She had to lower her head and began to follow the instructions given by the superior. Her slender fingers lightly touched the terminal, and some pictures appeared on the hologram. The pictures were some pictures of some corpses and some damage on the wall after the force was applied. The female officer used the cursor to point at some of the bloody parts in the pictures and said in a clear voice, "The first victim's throat was completely broken under the heavy blow. The second victim's forehead was hit hard, his skull was broken, and his blood vessels burst. According to the post-mortem, the strength of this person's right fist reached. The hardest part of the human body was the skull. How much strength would it take to break a human skull and break the blood vessels inside with one punch?" The officers in the conference room, who had just shaken off their shock and were about to discuss a few words with each other, couldn't help but be shocked when they heard the value reported by the female captain. They sat up straight and looked at the hologram with a serious expression. "This is the third victim. You can look at the data analysis. When he fired the gun, he still maintained an instantaneous speed of 11 meters per second without slowing down. You can also think that he didn't aim, but in fact, according to the report of the laboratory of the first hospital, this person's instantaneous reaction speed value has already broken through. The female captain finished the data analysis report and walked down the podium. The soldiers from all over the Federation squinted their eyes, and the cigarettes in their hands burned more and more brightly. At this time, they probably believed that the surveillance video was probably real. The Department of Defense wouldn't gather all the elites of the army in one place and fake so much data and images just to play a joke on the major military regions. In the back row, there was an officer with a gentle expression who had been silently looking at the hologram. He was not like the other officers who were shocked or frowning. At this time, the chief of the training base wearing a pair of glasses walked up to the podium. The middle-aged Major General coldly looked at the officers below the podium and slowly said, "What you saw and heard before is top secret of the Federation. You should know very well what you should do. You can discuss, but only within the scope of this conference room." The conference room was silent. The chief of the training base looked at them coldly and said, "I know that some of you are doubting the authenticity of this video, but please believe that the federal military is not that bored to this extent." After a slight pause, he pointed his finger at these guys who were particularly arrogant and unruly in the exercise and scolded, "In the anti-terrorism exercise, you little brats under the podium did a good job, and some of you are starting to become cocky. Today, I let you watch this video to let you know what a real terrorist is like. I want to let you know, if you face such a terrorist in the exercise, can you still sit here with your head held high?" The gentle officer in the back row lowered his head and smiled faintly in self-mockery. At this time, the colleagues who were able to stay in the conference room were undoubtedly the most powerful figures in the federal military. However, of the two people in the video, one was a monster who could fight to a draw with Mad Manly, and the other was an awesome person who graduated first from the first military academy and was trained by both the Federation government and the anti-government army. This kind of comparison was undoubtedly unfair. The Department of National Defense probably didn't want them to watch this video just to wake them up. However, the officers who did not know the inside story of the surveillance video did not think so. They frowned and thought about the general's angry words. In the end, they had to admit that when facing the two terrorists in the video, if there were more people, there might be some hope. If the number of people was equal or close, then there was no hope at all. Some of you are from the West Woods, some of you are from the 3 military regions, and some of you are precious soldiers from the fleet. Usually, in your respective units, the officers protect you like treasures, but on the real battlefield, you can't be as fragile as treasures. The commander of the training base looked coldly at the officers below the stage. Looking at the most important echelon strength of the federal military in the future, he shouted loudly, "The ministry has kept you here so that you can grow into the most powerful soldiers. This week's learning task is to analyze this video, write a plan based on the 5-person team, and then hand it over to the terminal computer for evaluation." The Major General lowered his head and tidied up the files, using the corner of his eyes to pay attention to the reactions of the officers below the stage. The officers were stunned at first, but then their expressions turned fierce and unconvinced, which was not unexpected. He lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth rose with a trace of an indescribable smile. He thought in his heart, if the data of that guy called Sulu shattering the security door with his last punch was also recorded, would these guys still be able to maintain their last bit of confidence? The Major General turned and left the conference room. The officers who were usually arrogant and had a threatening aura flowing from their bodies still stayed in the room. Earlier, the Major General had made it clear that discussions could only be held within the confines of the conference room. As soldiers, they consciously followed the rules when it came to the top secrets of the Federation. The sound of discussion gradually rose, and the focus of the discussion was naturally on the surveillance video. These outstanding officers of the Federation did not know where the two people in the surveillance video who were defined as terrorists came from. They were only shocked by the powerful combat strength displayed by the other party in the video, as well as the mutual trust the two people showed in the almost desperate environment inside the building. This kind of person was undoubtedly the scariest as an enemy, but if they had such a fierce character among their comrades, how fortunate would that be? Show you, let's form a team. Although it's only a virtual battle, it's really a bit difficult to rely on 5 people to deal with the 2 people in the video. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have any confidence. An officer from the Special Mecha Battalion of the West Woods Military District walked to the back row with a smile. He lightly patted the gentle officer, lowered his head, and said with a light laugh, "Before we came, Shou-jin said that he wanted you to take care of me." Half a year ago, Shou-yu had finished his all-rounder program in the Nutshell Engineering Department and officially returned to the army. After graduating with high marks from the 1st Military Academy, he was now a member of the 1st Military District. He had participated in the anti-terrorism exercise a week ago and had scored 2nd in the General Staff Headquarters, so he had been kept by the Ministry of Defense as a key training target. Today, faced with such a difficult topic, he, who had excellent tactical command skills, naturally became the first choice to form a team. He smiled and nodded. Seeing him agree to the request of the Westwoods officer, several officers who had just walked to the back row could not help but frown, and turn to leave with some disappointment. The person who had scored the highest in the General Staff Headquarters this time was an officer with the surname Yuan, but for some reason, that officer with the surname Yuan did not come to the training base. Now, Shou-yu, who had scored 2nd, had been snatched away by the Westwoods Military District. These officers could not help but feel a little disappointed. Right at that moment, right in the middle of the seats, a burly and imposing officer suddenly stood up and said disdainfully, "In my opinion, even if this video is real, this topic at the training base is very meaningless. No matter how strong those 2 terrorists are, we can just get an old M37 mecha here and we'll be able to crush them into minced meat." As soon as these words were spoken, it was no surprise that they received the agreement of some of the officers. After all, this was an era of metal and mechanical power. No matter how strong the combat ability of those 2 people in the video was, the weapons they used were also the best of the federal military's conventional weapons. However, in the face of the powerful armored power of the military, it did not seem to be worth much attention. Hearing the word mecha, Shou-yu, who had been copying the topic with his head lowered, slowly raised his head. A rare trace of reminiscence appeared in those usually calm and gentle eyes of his. At that moment, he thought of the old moon base, the peak of Mount Kaki, the little white flower mecha standing on the edge of the cliff, and that fellow inside the mecha. Shou-yu looked at the proud fellow in the middle of the seats, and could not help but look at him with pity. If this fellow knew that the person he did not think highly of could operate a mecha to defeat that crazy Lees of Philadelphia, would he still rely on his identity as a Special Forces mecha pilot to express his disdain for that video? Capital Special District, Linyuan. Zhou-yu did not choose to sit in the bamboo house today. Although she really liked the flowing water there, the floating leaves on the water, the white mountain night lights outside the window, and she also really liked the atmosphere when she and Su-lu used to sit in the bamboo house and chat, the matter she wanted to discuss today was very important, so she chose the safest private room in Linyuan. It was probably only in a place like Linyuan, under the eyes of people like Lin Banshan, that she did not have to worry that the matter she wanted to discuss today would be overheard by the Federation government, the military, or that madam she had always respected. "You know that my life at home isn't that good right now. I'm not an elder brother, and I don't have a real job. After my dividends are put into the fund every year, the amount of money I can control on my own is not more than 10 million. Beside the table, the man wearing an expensive jacket had a gloomy expression on his face. In the past, this gloomy expression had long been replaced by the mental and physical exhaustion of the past few months. Zhou-yu looked at the 2 green arowana swimming slowly in the fish tank. Her figure had recovered very quickly after giving birth, and today, she wore a bright red gown. It was not tacky at all. Instead, because of the trace of coldness between her brows, it made her look exceptionally elegant. The second successor of the Lee family. Even if you are about to be stripped of your right to inherit the family, I think that you still have something in your hands these past few years. She turned around, looked coldly at Li Xiaotong, and said, "You've already invested $500,000 in him. If he dies just like this, or is forever locked up in that place where no one knows, then this greatest investment of your life will forever be a failure. Since that's the case, why don't you take a gamble? You should know better than me what level of game this is. This is not a place where money can be used, unless the important figures at that level have their own ideas." Li Xiaotong looked at the delicious food on the table, but he didn't have the heart to raise his chopsticks. In a low voice, he said, "Although your father is already sitting in the position of Minister of Defense, the strength of your words in front of the madam is getting smaller and smaller." Zhou Yu sat back in her seat and lowered her eyelids slightly. A chill flashed across her beautiful face. "I know that the higher-ups have already begun to move, which is why I asked for your help. The day before yesterday, a video was played at the training base. I keep feeling that this means that some of the big shots in the military want to test something." Chapter 304. It had been nearly 5 months since the attack on the 4 prefectures' Peace Foundation in January. In the past 100 days, the Federation government's investigation of this vicious terrorist incident seemed to have walked into a swamp of death that no one knew about. No matter how unstable the public's atmosphere was because of this incident, and the atmosphere of social stability had already fallen, the government's investigation had always been strictly controlled within a very small area, and the confidentiality measures were done extremely well. Until today, most people in the Federation still did not know what happened in the Foundation building that day, how Senator Macklin died, and who the murderer was. All the information was hidden behind a black curtain, which made the Zhou family's eldest daughter, who looked cold and arrogant, but was actually sensitive and delicate, smell something strange. The black curtain could often represent 2 completely different directions. The government suppressed everything, perhaps to hide something, and let the 2 men involved die quietly, never to speak again. But it could also be to protect the 2 men. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, Li Xiaotong was shocked. He raised his head and looked at her quietly. There was a hint of anxiety and warning in his usually cold eyes. He used to like the woman in red in front of him, and he could forget about it with a wave of his sleeve, but he still cared about her after all. Li Xiaotong had a military identity. Although he rarely wore the military uniform and rarely went to work in the 1st Military Region, he knew very well how strict the federal military's disciplinary measures were. The teaching content of the Department of Defense's training base had always been confidential. Moreover, if it really involved the surveillance video of that day, it was not something that ordinary people could know about, even if she was the daughter of the Minister of Defense. Your father shouldn't make this kind of mistake. He paused for a moment, lowered his head, and raised the chopsticks in his hand for the first time. He picked up 2 slices of white magnolia and put them in front of him, but did not put them into his mouth. I have my own information channel. Zhou Yu looked at him with a smile and said, if there is momentum, I have to be prepared in advance, so I need your financial support. I know that you have had a hard time in the past 6 months at home, but as I said before, your investment can only appreciate if Su Lu is alive. You should know that if Su Lu can survive, he has the potential to appreciate and the room for development. You want to be the head of the Li family. If you don't take some big risks, how can you reap great benefits? You're not a very good lobbyist. You probably haven't done this kind of thing before. Li Xiaotong replied calmly, not paying attention to Zhou Yu's expression that was gradually turning cold. He tapped his chopsticks lightly and said, when I invested in Su Lu, it was because I thought that he could be like the owner of this garden and have the ability to break certain rules, because my life will not follow rules. But I never expected that Su Lo would break the rules so badly. Not many people in the Federation could tolerate the things he did. A faint trace of sadness flashed in Li Xiaodong's eyes. He let out a self-deprecating smile and softly said, his first equipment and the workbench he threw outside the Foundation's building were all bought with my money. 4 months ago, the government had already found out about me. Yes, the elders at home definitely wanted to protect me, but my investment caused such a big trouble. My life in the past 6 months at home wasn't very hard like you said, but it was almost impossible. He waved his hand to signal Zhou Yu not to speak. His fingers left the chopsticks and placed on his knees. He lowered his head and thought for a long time in silence. I still insist that even if the upper echelons of the government have some new ideas, money won't play any role in this matter. But if you insist, I'll give you a sum of money when you need it. After breaking the silence, Li Xiaotong gently patted his knees and answered with a smile. He looked at Zhou Yu and said, "You're confused because you care. You're in a mess right now. You should be very clear that no matter how hard people like us try, it's impossible to rescue him from that small dark house where we don't know the specific location. You should go find that crown prince now. According to my information, he has already returned to the back of Macho Mountain 2 months ago." Zhou Yu sat on a cushion at the table and looked out of the window at the forest that had nothing. She didn't answer Li Xiaodong's words. A trace of fatigue and helplessness flashed across her calm and beautiful face. At this moment, she thought of a lot of things, so much so that she didn't notice when Li Xiaotong left. She knew that Tai Ziyuan had already returned to S1, but in the past year, her relationship with Lady Tai had become more and more distant, and her crown prince brother could no longer be contacted. "I don't know where you 2 idiots are locked up." A trace of deep anger flashed through the corners of her eyes. The 2 guys who were secretly locked up by the Federation probably didn't know how much trouble they had caused for the Federation in the past few months, and how much she had worried about them. After Li Xiaotong left, Zhou Yu remained in the quiet room. She held the small wine cup between her fingers, raised it up and down her wrist, and drank one cup after another. After a while, a blush gradually appeared on her cheeks, adding to her beauty. It completely set off a woman who was exuding a different kind of charm. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door was gently pushed open. A tall and thin man walked in and sat in front of her very naturally. He then poured himself a cup of wine and held it in his hands, slowly sipping. His posture was calm and unruffled, revealing the magnanimity of someone who was in control of everything. From the moment he entered the room to the moment he sat in the chair, this outstanding man around 30 years old acted like a master returning to his own home. Of course, Lin Yuan was originally owned by him. Zhou Yu slowly raised her head, put down the wine cup in her hand, and looked at the legendary figure in front of her that was collectively admired by the children of the aristocratic families. She smiled slightly and said, "I've told you about this matter last time. What do you think?" Lin Banshan looked at the girl. It was extremely rare for the children of the aristocratic families to be pregnant out of wedlock. Although the Zhou family was a newly established family, the daughter of the Minister of Defense was not the slightest bit affected by what had happened to her in the past year. It was rare to see her traveling and socializing so naturally. "I've seen Su Lo on the train. He's a very good young man," he said with a smile. "However, in my memory of the Federation, the daughter of the Zhou family was the daughter of the Zhou family. The daughter of the Zhou family is a cold-blooded woman who can order her subordinates to kill at any time. Is it because of her pregnancy that she has become so soft-hearted?" Zhou Yu smiled slightly and said to herself, "Regarding the matter of Su Lo, I've never been able to touch the truth, but the president's official residence in Parliament Hill seem to have different views, so I don't really understand. I'm just a reckless person." Lin Banshan slowly sipped the wine in his cup with a hint of appreciation. He looked at Zhou Yu and said, "The major matters related to politics are not something that people like me can speculate and probe. Of course, I've always thought that those things are very dirty, dirtier than the level we're in, so I'm not willing to get involved." Zhou Yu was actually a little nervous at this time. Although she had attended the tea party with Lady Tai and had seen many powerful people in the Federation, she was no stranger to the children of the 7 families of the Federation. But today, facing the most famous traitor of the Federation, the most famous unruly person in this circle, she always felt a little uneasy, but she hid this uneasiness very well. She stabilized her breath and said with a smile, "But as far as I know, the matter of the foundation building seems to have something to do with you. I don't know the details, but if they really did contribute to the Federation, don't you think they shouldn't be locked up for life?" Lin Banshan looked at her calmly. He had experienced a lot of ups and downs in his life. Although he had been nervous for a few months because of the Macklin incident, once it was over, his state of mind returned to the calmness of mountains and rivers. But the sudden words of the daughter of the Zhou family made his eyes suddenly have a little more interest. "I'm not the 7th young master. I know that it's impossible for your information channels to know these things, at least it's impossible for you to know that this matter has something to do with me." Lin Banshan slowly stood up. "If it's Minister Zhou's intention, you don't have to beat around the bush so much. I'll do what I need to do, but the Federation doesn't have a unified opinion, and it's not very appropriate to ask me, an outsider, to do something." Zhou Yu could only remain silent when Lin Banshan easily saw through many things. She didn't notice that Lin Banshan's words about an outsider actually had a deeper meaning. If he was an outsider, then what kind of person was the insider who could solve this problem? Lin Banshan said, "Li Xiaotong suggested that you look for the crown prince of the Tai family. If you don't mind, I also want to give you a suggestion." Zhou Yu looked up and asked seriously, "Please go ahead." Madman Lin Banshan held the remaining wine in his glass and walked out of the door with a smile. He said with indescribable confidence and ease, "I remember that you have a good relationship with him. After President Pobre took office, just as the policy critics had analyzed, the Deputy Minister of National Defense, Zhou Yingxing, who was originally mainly in charge of logistics, took the position of the minister. This general, who was only the director of the Federation's National Defense Base 3 years ago, was promoted 3 times in a row in a short time and sat in such a prominent position. It was a very shocking phenomenon. The Zhou family was still sitting in the courtyard in the western suburbs of the capital. In the middle of the night, Zhu tiredly pushed open the door downstairs and walked in. She glanced at her father on the sofa, who was reading the newspaper with glasses on. She thought of the things that Lin Banshan saw through and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. In fact, she also had doubts in her heart. A few days ago, in the study, her father intentionally or unintentionally revealed some inside information about the Golden Foundation building incident to her. Then, he allowed her to contact those people in an attempt to rescue Su Lu and that guy. What faction of the military did her father represent by doing this? Sitting in the important position of the Minister of National Defense, there was no doubt that his every move had to be extremely cautious and careful. Was this the real reason why her father was indifferently watching her work? The most important thing was her father doing this under the influence of the madam, or was there some secret instruction from the white official residence? "Father, I'm back." Zhou Yu greeted him very politely. At that time, it was an important prison used by the emperor to lock up dissidents. Countless years had passed, and Qingqing prison was constantly reinforced and maintained. It was supplemented by all kinds of advanced surveillance systems and powerful and cold professional soldiers. It was even more sinister and terrifying than before. However, the people locked up in this prison were the same as before. They were all extremely important criminals. Other than the high-ranking military officers who had violated the law, when the Federation government was suppressing the 7 great families, there were also countless powerful and important people who had once lingered here. Those who were locked up in Qingqing prison basically had no chance to leave. However, there were a few people who occasionally left. In the eyes of the people of the Federation, this experience was something they were most proud of. The people of the Federation didn't understand the essence of Qingqing prison. Most of them didn't even know where this prison was. However, this didn't affect them from having a certain understanding. Only those who had been in Qingqing prison were truly important people. Different from what the outside world imagined, the heavily guarded military prison didn't look sinister and terrifying from the outside. A few buildings were scattered randomly on the wasteland by the mountain range. From the outside, there wasn't any high-voltage barbed wire, nor were there any towering sentry towers or advanced surveillance networks. Even fully armed soldiers were rarely seen. However, in reality, Qingqing prison was under the comprehensive surveillance of the Federal Central Computer. No one knew what kind of dangers were hidden in this seemingly peaceful prison. For countless years, no one had been able to successfully escape from this prison. This was enough to prove that this military prison's reputation was not in vain. Qingqing prison occupied an extremely large area, but in recent years, the number of serious criminals locked up was extremely small. After all, the politics of the Federation was becoming more and more transparent. There weren't that many important people locked up here. The federal military had always been preparing for the war with the Empire, so there wouldn't be too many serious criminals sent here. The brilliance of the noon sun penetrated the transparent dome of the prison and fell on the ground. In an area separated by a high-hardness material, more than 30 prisoners in prison uniforms were eating lunch. The nutrition for lunch was different. Dozens of serious criminals, old or young, with white hair or shaved heads, had all kinds of expressions on their faces. Some were as lonely as a poet, some were as angry as a poet, and some were as calm and composed as a good poet. Of the serious criminals locked up here, some had killed countless people, some had committed treason. None of them had the extravagant hope of leaving this place alive. During the meal, the atmosphere had become somewhat sparking due to the long period of boredom. However, it was suppressed by the cold soldiers holding the standard taser guns upstairs. As a result, they could only coldly look at each other and look around, using their eyes to emit the smell of blood in their bodies. Clang! Clang! 2 dull sounds of metal colliding rang out. The serious criminals in the cafeteria raised their heads almost at the same time, looking toward the passage at the entrance of the prison. The electrically controlled alloy door at the passage slowly opened, revealing a group of people. 4 soldiers, who were not equipped with weapons, nervously held the black high-polymer lassos in their hands as if they were facing a great enemy. The front end of the 4 lassos was tightly tied around a person's neck. A new person had arrived at Qingqing prison. The serious criminals eating at the cafeteria looked over curiously. It should be known that it had been a long time since a qualified prisoner had entered this boring prison. They looked at the new prisoner with smiles. Some of the serious criminals thought that there was finally one more person to talk to, but even more people's eyes revealed a cruel and murderous mood. They thought that there was finally a new person who would bleed and cry to help them pass the time of despair. However, all the emotions in their eyes disappeared a moment after they were cast toward the entrance of the passage. What replaced it was shock and disbelief, and there was also a faint fear and fear. The new prisoner who had his neck restrained by the black lassos was a young man. Although his messy black hair draped over his shoulders like messy grass, making it difficult to tell his exact age, the soft black hair and that pale face still retained the unique vitality of a young man. He had not seen the sun for 5 months, so his face was naturally pale. Naturally, no one took care of his hair. The new prisoner narrowed his eyes and greedily looked at the noon sun through the transparent dome above his head. It was as if he was not worried at all that the blazing sun would burn his retina. His pair of eyes, which were not big to begin with, became two thin slits because he squinted too hard. The 4 soldiers who escorted him to the prison saw the prisoner stop where he was. They thought of the strict instructions from their superiors and the terrifying strength of this person in the rumors. Their hearts could not help but shrink nervously. They subconsciously exerted force with their arms at the same time and pulled on the black lassos. The young prisoner, however, seemed to have taken root under his feet. He was steady and did not move at all. He still raised his head and looked at the sun with narrowed eyes for a while. Then he lowered his head and used both hands to push the messy hair hanging by his face to the back of his head, revealing his pale face. Only then did he obediently follow the movements of the soldiers and take a step forward. It was only one step, but there was a dull sound of metal clashing where his foot landed. His feet were shackled with electrically controlled magnetic shackles made of alloy. The shackles that reflected the metallic light looked very beautiful, but they weighed as much as 30 kilograms. Especially when they came into contact with the silver tunnel on the ground, the strong magnetic force made the sound even louder. He also wore special electrically controlled handcuffs on his hands. Perhaps it was not quite right to call them handcuffs because the thick and heavy metal rings were worn on his thin arms. They looked very out of place. The thick and heavy handcuffs and shackles, and the pale and thin prisoner, were like the powerless youth in Schiller's play who was bound in a gloomy little house made of iron. As the soldier nervously pulled, the new prisoner frowned and slowly moved his feet forward. With every step he took, he had to fight against the strong magnetic force on the ground, and it was extremely difficult for him to walk. As he slowly walked, the dull and clear sound of metal clashing continuously sounded from under his body, resounding throughout the entire prison. Separated by a transparent material wall, the eyes of the prisoners followed the movements of the new prisoner. The emotions in their eyes had long become incomparable shock and fear. Who was this new prisoner? The prison had actually used a magnetic restriction that had not been used for many years. Some of the prisoners felt a chill in their hearts because they could clearly see that in the heavy magnetic shackles on the new prisoner's body, the red light of an electrically controlled explosion was constantly lit. Chapter 305. The felons in Qingqing prison had experienced too much darkness in their past. Now that they had spent too much time inside these 4 walls, even if they couldn't see through life and death, they could at least see through life and death. The status and position they had before they were imprisoned did not matter after they were imprisoned. For them, the only factor that determined their social status and the strength of their words, other than the combat strength or brains they had displayed during the long years of despair, was the most simple way to distinguish them was the importance the Federation attached to the prisoner. The initial shock gradually faded from the felons' eyes. They quietly looked at the young prisoner who was walking with difficulty on the other side of the transparent partition and put down the plastic utensils in their hands in unison. Some of them were extremely vicious and had once been bound with a remote control device. However, dangerous devices like this that could explode instantly had only been seen in prison studies. In addition to the somewhat exaggeratedly shaped handcuffs and shackles, the felons in the canteen could easily tell that the Federation government placed a lot of importance on this new prisoner. They even felt that they placed a lot of importance on this new prisoner compared to everyone else in the canteen combined. It was because of this judgment that they knew that this seemingly thin and weak young prisoner must have done a lot of terrible things in the outside world to receive this kind of treatment. The social class division in Qingqing prison was just this simple. They naturally felt a sense of awe towards this young prisoner. However, after all, they were separated by a transparent material and the young prisoner was walking with great difficulty, so they slowly suppressed this feeling. The plastic utensils were also specially made. Even if the felons secretly took them away, no matter how they broke and polished them, they couldn't fix a sharp angle. A white-haired, bespectacled man who looked like a professor turned around. Hearing the heavy metal clanging sounds behind his head, he shook his head and placed a small spoon beside the lunch box. He said quietly, "Look at the color of that person's face and lips. I'm afraid he hasn't seen the sun for 3 months." Before this felon was imprisoned, he was a professor in the Federation's Military Science Academy 3rd Department. Because of a trivial matter in his family, he poured the Empire's poisonous gas sample that the Federation imitated into the villa where his wife and parents-in-law lived. This excellent biochemist's judgment in this aspect had long been recognized by the felons in Enchanting prison. Therefore, after hearing this sentence, the felons in the canteen began to discuss softly. 3 months of solitary confinement. That's too inhumane. A burly man with a shaved head sighed and said, "Back then, I almost went crazy after a month." Everyone in the cafeteria knew that this seemingly simple-minded brute had once gone on a rampage in the recruit camp and killed 7 recruits in a row. If it wasn't for the Ministry of National Defense wanting to use him as a test subject in the future, or to be sent to the West Woods as a suicide squad, the military court would have ordered him to be executed long ago. Hearing the word inhumane from the mouth of such a vicious felon should have caused a roar of laughter, but none of these felons laughed. They only quietly looked at the young prisoner who was struggling to move on the other side of the transparent material with complicated gazes. Because they had all been imprisoned in solitary confinement before, they knew how unbearable it was to not see the light of day, to not hear anyone speak, to be surrounded by silence, as if they were absolutely dead. The new young prisoner had been held in solitary confinement for 3 months. These vicious and treacherous felons couldn't help but shiver in their hearts. The importance that the Federation placed on this young prisoner had already indirectly proven how dangerous this person was. If he was locked up for 3 months and turned into a lunatic, living with everyone in the future, no one is to provoke this new young master. A voice sounded from the middle of the table. The voice was hoarse and slightly old. The owner of the voice clearly had an extremely high position among the felons in the military prison. When he said this, the 30 or so prisoners nodded lightly at the same time. These criminals who had committed heinous crimes knew better than anyone that one could not judge a book by its cover. A gentle professor could kill his own family, a simple and honest man could slaughter the entire recruit camp. This young prisoner who had just arrived, although he had a thin body and a pale face, they knew that he was an absolutely dangerous person just by looking at his opening actions today. Moreover, since he had been confined in solitary confinement for 3 months, they were afraid that he had long gone crazy. The dull and clear sound of heavy metal clashing finally stopped. The people in the cafeteria no longer had to endure this kind of torture, and they gently let out a breath. The young prisoner passed through the 3 safety gates and arrived at the prison's inner room. The 4 black nooses were loosened, but the magnetic heavy shackles and handcuffs were still on his body. The prison didn't arrange for him to eat in the cafeteria. Instead, they arranged a single table and chair for him on the magnetic floor of the isolated area. The table was filled with food and fruit. This special treatment didn't make the felons who stared at him feel jealousy. Instead, they felt even colder. They were more and more certain that the new prisoner was extremely dangerous. Right at this time, the young prisoner who sat on the chair with difficulty fiddled with his messy hair again. He then turned around and smiled towards the felons in the cafeteria. On his pale and thin face, the smile was incomparably clean and natural. It was dazzling like the sun, sincere and sincere. He didn't look like a dangerous person who hid madness within his calm at all. He looked just like an ordinary boy next door. The young prisoner's sinister coldness formed a stark contrast with this smile. Those felons were shocked to the point of being speechless. Even the vigilant guards around the young prisoner and the guards on the 2nd and 3rd floors who were completely focused on aiming felt a sense of relaxation that they shouldn't have felt. Sulu didn't know that his earlier smile had almost overturned a city in Enchanting prison. It had shocked the guards and prisoners who were on guard against a great enemy. He was just acting according to his usual attitude in life. When he came to a strange place, he would put on a sincere smile to make the people around him happier and to make himself less troublesome. However, he obviously didn't expect that he was now in a military prison that was heavily guarded. The people he smiled at were not a group of normal people. After finishing his first meal in Enchanting prison, he was sent back to his cell. He was still locked up alone, but the layout and facilities in this cell were much better than those in the previous prison. Sulu touched the neat bedding on the bed and went inside to test the sitting position of the toilet. He smiled happily. Only when he saw his pale face and messy hair in the mirror did his smile gradually fade. After being locked up alone for 4 months, he couldn't see the sun. The roots of his hair grew crazily as if they were unsupervised. It actually went past his shoulders. I hope the government will let me get a haircut. He looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly thought of when he was in Donglin a few years ago. After deceiving Bao Longtao, he had also stared blankly at his own face in the mirror. However, at that time, he would be extremely nervous over such a matter. Now, he was in the Federation's most terrifying secret military prison, but his mood was as calm as if he was at home. He narrowed his eyes. He just didn't understand why the government would suddenly release him from that dark cell. Why would they transfer him from Fox Fortress to Enchanting prison? After washing his face with hot water, Sulu sat on the bed in his cell. He lowered his head and recalled those 100 days. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Loneliness was indeed the most unbearable thing in the world. Compared to this, although this military prison was also a solitary confinement, at least there was light. He could see people when he was eating. For him, this was already a rare enjoyment. He lowered his head and recalled every minute and second of those unbearable days. Then, he lay back on the soft bed and stared at the monotonous ceiling above his head with narrowed eyes. He always felt that the light yellow ceiling gradually became a mass of darkness in his eyes. Other than a few meteorites that occasionally floated by in the distance, there was nothing else. After being arrested in the Peace Foundation building 4 months ago, he and Shi Qinghai were locked up separately by the Federation. He was taken away by the 2nd Military Region that night. After undergoing the necessary medical treatment and related procedures, he was locked up in Fox Fortress Special Prison. Fox Fortress was a space prison located at the outer edge of the S2 system. It faced the direction of the dark sky curtain. Outside the alloy surface of the prison was an ice-cold vacuum. In that kind of environment, wanting to escape was basically wishful thinking. Sulu, who was locked up in the space prison, didn't have the urge to escape as a serious criminal under strict supervision. In fact, he just wanted someone to interrogate him. However, no one interrogated him, no one questioned him. There were no cockroaches or ants in the solitary dark cell. Even the most hated rats on spaceships weren't present. There was only silence and food that was automatically delivered at regular intervals. For an entire 141 days, he was alone in the darkness. There wasn't a single sound in the room. Only the endless darkness of the universe outside the small window watched him. In that region of heaven, it was difficult to even find a single unblinking star. Other than darkness, there was still darkness. Other than silence, there was still silence. It was so dark that even his teeth were black. It was so quiet that he could often hear his own heartbeat. He always felt like it was beating a drum. Being in that dark, silent, and lonely environment for more than 4 months was not a mental torture that a human could endure. During this long period of time, his injuries had mostly healed, but his face began to pale. His body, which lacked the light of the stars, also became somewhat weak. Just as the serious criminals in LoveLore prison had determined, a few months of solitary confinement would drive anyone crazy. However, it was obvious that Sulu wasn't crazy. He was still healthy and living normally. This was somewhat inconceivable. Even if his nerves were thicker than normal people's, even if he was a famous stinky rock in Donglin, how did he survive? I don't know if Mr. Shirt can survive. He was already far away from the darkness and loneliness. Lying comfortably on the soft bed in LoveLore prison, he worriedly thought. After lying down for a long time, perhaps he felt that it was too boring. He rubbed his eyes and softly muttered to himself, "Old geezer. Old geezer, give me 2 romance movies." A young man came to LoveLore prison, and the security level was immediately raised. However, other than that, the forbidden area in the wasteland didn't seem to have changed much. The serious criminals who were locked up followed an extremely detailed schedule: eating, bathing, reading, exercising, learning the laws of the Federation, and then sleeping. It was exactly the same as before. The only difference was that every day when they were eating, they could always hear the dull sound of metal clashing. The new prisoner wearing heavy magnetic shackles with a remote control explosive device would, accompanied by this noise, pass through a special passage and head to his own small table to eat. Su-Lo and the rest of the serious criminals were separated by a layer of transparent material, but it was like they were in 2 different worlds. Other than the noise and his existence, they didn't interfere with each other. However, every 3 meals, he would habitually nod at the serious criminals who had the temperament of a poet, smile, and silently greet them. These days continued for a week. Among the serious criminals who ate in the cafeteria, there was finally someone who responded to his good intentions and smiled at him. As a result, this unfortunate gentleman was locked up in a solitary cell and stayed there for 3 days. Even though after this serious criminal came out, he still stubbornly cursed at the fully armed soldiers upstairs, but he never looked at Su-Lo again. The Federation government allowed Su-Lo to see the light of day through the transparent dome, but they still used force to prevent him from having any contact with the outside world. The outside world referred to here was everyone other than him, even including the prisoners in the same prison. At night, when he was alone in a solitary cell in LoveLore prison, Su-Lo would often stand by the window and look at the wild green grass below. Sometimes, he would associate it with his hair that was like grass, and sometimes, he would think that it was already late spring. He had spent too much time alone in Foxfort's dark room, so he actually felt like he had lost track of time. The prison refused his request to shave his head. To be more precise, no soldier in charge of guarding him dared to speak to him. Fortunately, he still had the old thing. The structural diagram of the Golden Foundation building and the real-time positioning cursor in his left eye had long disappeared without a trace. His left eye could not really see ghosts. At the beginning of the 100 Days of Darkness in Foxfort Space Prison, Su-Lo pulled out the data stored in his mind and reviewed it. He also looked at the various pictures of beautiful women in his mind, but he still felt bored. In his boredom, he tried to initiate contact with the existence on the other side of the black dream again. This kind of request was very familiar to Su-Lo. It was roughly equivalent to a mentally ill person constantly shouting to the mountains and seas in his mind, and then hoping to hear an echo. Therefore, in the dark and lonely days that could drive people crazy, Su-Lo contacted the glory of the charter that was all over the universe. He began to use his left eye to watch the television news or soap operas on the Federation. He also watched a lot of artistic movies that he usually did not have time to watch. It was through this extremely mysterious method that no one could investigate that Su-Lo saw the consequences of Macklin's death in the Federation from the Federation's news. Those demonstrations, strikes, and riots lasted until last month before gradually subsiding. Therefore, Su-Lo never understood why the Federation government was not in a hurry to put him on trial to quell the anger and desire for revenge of those George Carlin fanatics. Instead, they forgot him in a corner of the universe. What he did not understand was why the government sent him back to the surface at this time. This kind of confusion lasted until the arrival of the first visitor to the prison. This morning, Su-Lo lowered his head and sat on the cold metal chair in the reception room. He looked at the heavy magnetic shackles on his ankles. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he raised his head and saw a person who was not unfamiliar, but could not be said to be familiar either. In an instant, he smiled and frowned. He felt as if time had turned back to a year ago. Chapter 306. A year ago, Sulu used a typing axe to cleave out the fork in his life. At the time, he was locked up in the military prison of the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense appointed a legal officer named Su Songzi as his lawyer. So today, when he saw this unfamiliar and beautiful face that carried traces of memories in the reception room of Qingqing military prison, he felt as if time had turned back to a year ago. It was as if all the anger, sadness, depression, passion, and bloody stories of the past year had never happened. The trees on both sides of the road leading to the district attorney's office were still softly crying out for the arrival of spring. Su Songzi, a legal officer of the Ministry of Defense's Internal Affairs Department, sat calmly and indifferently across the table. She took out a few documents from a thick folder and pushed them along the smooth surface of the table in front of Sulu. She said, "Sulu, I represent the Ministry of Defense to inform you that because you are involved in the 680118A case, all of your authority in the General Assembly base has been removed. The Ministry of Defense has appointed me as your legal advisor. My name is Su Songzi." Su Songzi looked at the handcuffs on Su Li's wrists across the table. She had no intention of reaching out to shake his hand. Her brows furrowed slightly as she said, "We've met before. If you don't have any objections, please sign these legal documents." He had been secretly locked up by the Federation for nearly 5 months without any interrogation. However, in these few days, he had been transferred from Fox Fortress to the military prison on the surface. The Ministry of Defense sent a legal officer, and suddenly, everything seemed to have started working again. Sulu couldn't quite react in time. He narrowed his eyes at the legal documents on the table. He didn't say anything as he carefully read them. The alloy handcuffs slid across the white paper, producing a rustling sound. After carefully reading all of the words on the legal documents, Sulu finally raised his head. He nodded at Su Songzi and then took the pen she handed over. With some difficulty, he moved his hands and seriously signed his name. Su Songzi looked at him calmly. Only when he signed his name did she let out a slight sigh of relief. She stood up and said, "The case has already entered the legal process. I'll come back the day after tomorrow." "Thank you," Sulu replied very seriously. "Can I ask a few questions?" "Yes, but I may not be able to help you except for legal matters." Su Songzi still maintained a professional and serious expression, but a strange light flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to warn Sulu of something. Sulu asked, "It's the person who was arrested by the Federation with me. Can I know where he is now?" "No." Su Songzi answered straightforwardly, and then began to tidy up the documents on the table. Sulu noticed that her eyes quickly blinked the moment she lowered her head, and his heart suddenly relaxed. Under surveillance, legal officer Sulu naturally could not tell Sulu what he wanted to know, such as where Shi Qinghai was. However, she could at least tell Sulu if someone was still alive. In fact, that was what he was most concerned about. Watching the beautiful female officer walk out of the door of the interrogation room, Sulu suddenly remembered that half a year ago, this female officer was transferred to the Macklin Special Task Force. Before he took action, he heard that after the Special Task Force was disbanded, several prosecutors who insisted on continuing the investigation were framed by the Federation Investigation Bureau and had their freedom temporarily restricted, including prosecutor Xiao Wenjing. He did not know how these people were doing now. Walking along the long corridor, Su Songzi was strictly checked along the way. All the legal documents and personal belongings that she had brought into the interrogation room, as well as all the hard objects such as pens and hair clips, were all checked. Only then was Su Songzi able to leave this extremely tightly monitored military prison. The military vehicle that had been waiting at the main entrance of the prison roared in the direction of the Wasteland Military Airport. Su Songzi sat in the back and did not speak to the soldier in front of her. Instead, she thought about the scene in the prison interrogation room and felt a little depressed. In the interrogation room, Su Li's hair was messy, his face was pale, and his body was thin. It made her feel that life was really not fair. As a member of the Macklin Special Task Force, she knew better than anyone the crimes that Macklin had committed. When Xiao Wenjing and 2 other prosecutors who insisted on secretly investigating were arrested by the Federation Investigation Bureau for that shameless crime, she felt disappointed in the Federation government and the military for the first time. However, the big shots in the Federation had reached a compromise with Macklin. What could she, a low-level officer, do? Therefore, when she heard the explosive news of Macklin's assassination in January, she could not help but sigh at the cycle of life and karma. After Macklin's death, the compromise of the investigation against him naturally did not need to be mentioned again. The Federation Investigation Bureau released the prosecutors, and Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood of the Capital Daily were no longer under the pressure of the Federation. Su Songzi had to admit that these happy changes were all thanks to the 2 terrorists that the demonstrators wanted to tear into pieces. As for the assassination in the Foundation building in January that shocked the Federation, it was not until a few days ago that she found out that one of the murderers involved was actually Su Lu, who she had dealt with before. She was very clear about Su Li's background in the Federation and his complicated relationship with Minister Zhou Yingxing, so she did not understand why he would do such a thing. In the past 2 nights, she would occasionally ask herself, and she found that she really wanted to thank Su Lu. For what he had done, she had even developed a sense of admiration that a legal worker and a soldier should never have. Su Songzi looked at the airport building in front of the glass and thought of the minister who was waiting for her report in the Capital Special District. She calmed down a little and lowered her head to deal with the legal documents. Su Lu was an active soldier in the Federation, and the crimes he committed were so shocking. Whether it was from the perspective of confidentiality or from the perspective of procedural laws, his case would definitely be handled in secret by the military court. She was very clear that a legal person like her, or even the Federation law itself, would not play any role in Su Li's life or death. The power that could really decide the life or death of the pale, small-eyed man was in the white official residence in the Capital Special District or on the Parliament Hill. She came here today to release a signal to Su Lu, who had been isolated from news for a long time, to let him know that something was happening. Unfortunately, under the strict surveillance of Qingqing prison, she could not say anything. She only hoped that Su Lu could understand the purpose of her visit this time. After returning from the interrogation room to the solitary cell, Su Lu sat on the edge of the bed and lowered his head in silence for a long time. The message that the female legal officer brought was actually very simple. That was, the higher-ups of the Federation had begun to reconsider Macklin's assassination case, and the trial was about to begin. This was not bad news. On the contrary, the dark residence that happened a few months ago was really scary. It was just that he could not understand one thing. He killed Macklin, so the Tai family would definitely give up on him, and that madam would definitely kill him without mercy. Even if the Federation government still misunderstood the relationship between him and Minister Zhou, no matter how he looked at it, the law of the Federation and the will of the government would not allow him to continue living. What exactly went wrong? When he was arrested in the Golden Foundation building, Su Lu thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect that he had lived for so long. He racked his brains to find an answer to why he did not die, but he still could not find a reason why he should have been alive. This was because he would never have thought that Macklin, who had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, faced a hail of bullets, and killed with a single stroke, actually had a terrifying identity that had been hidden for decades. Regarding this, the Federal Central Computer under the Bureau of Proclamation strictly followed the regulations of the Charter and the level of authority, and did not let him know the slightest bit. It was precisely because of Macklin's true identity that Su Lo and Shi Qinghai's action of killing Macklin could be interpreted as light or dark, two completely different meanings. It could be a terrorist who deserved to die, or a hero who saved the Federation. It all depended on what the big shots thought. Capital Special Region, President's Residence. Below the President's Residence, in the Central Operations Command Room of the Federation, 2 rows of ultra-thin extended light screens glowed with a faint blue light, and a solemn mood filled the room. The Special Task Force agent standing at the entrance of the passage had eagle eyes, and the big shots sitting around the long conference table had solemn expressions as they listened attentively to the explanation and watched the constantly changing images on the light screens. The Minister of Defense and the Minister of Finance of the new Federation Government Cabinet were present at the meeting. The members of the Federal Military Joint Chiefs of Staff were all present, and the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd military regions sat solemnly below General Miles. Even Commander Zhong, who was nervously preparing for war on the front lines in the West Woods, and Hong Yuliang, the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Fleet, who had been stationed in the Night Scorpion Nebula for the past 6 months, also participated in this meeting via video call. The reason why so many important people of the Federation had gathered in the Operations Command Room of the President's Residence today was because they were going to listen to the investigation report of a case today. The Bureau of Proclamation, relying on the powerful information-gathering ability of the glory of the Charter and the huge amount of data archived in the central database, still took nearly 5 months to fully investigate this case. In a sense, this case had almost brought irreparable damage to the Federation, and the investigation report of this case, to a certain extent, would also determine the Federation's strategic attitude toward the Empire. In front of the long conference table, President Pabre, who had a dark complexion, was carefully reading the investigation report in his hands as he listened to the explanations that came from time to time. In front of him was an inconspicuous pen, which was stored in a vacuum box made of super-hard material, and the blood stains on it had long since disappeared. The Special Task Force of the 2nd Military Region went deep into the Green Dragon Mountains and took the risk to obtain the biological marker on the bones of the Mai couple. A middle-aged man wearing glasses operated the display terminal and enlarged a picture on the screen. He continued, after comparing this mark with the biological marker on Macklin that was archived in the Federation's Investigation Bureau, we confirmed that they were not related by blood. As the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Cui Zedong often represented the old director in secret government meetings, but it was the first time that he had encountered such a big scene, so he could not help but feel a little nervous. His voice was slightly hoarse as he continued, after the 680118 case, we took a sample from Macklin's body and conducted a second check, confirming this conclusion again. President Pabre did not raise his head. He only waved his hand, indicating for him to continue. Director Fong of the Bureau of Proclamation, who had been sitting silently to the right of the president, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Cui Zedong, then released his old fingers from his crutch and gently tapped on the smooth wood silently. Seeing this action, Cui Zedong did not know why, but he felt much calmer. He changed the picture on the screen and explained in a low voice, before the incident, the Bureau of Proclamation had already used its authority to send a special task force of the West Woods military region to infiltrate the 100 Mu Star region in an attempt to obtain some relevant information from that year. Although it was a little late, the Special Task Force still managed to obtain a list of names, confirming that in the second last year of the 36th constitutional calendar, the Bermuda Human Trafficking Organization. Following Cui Zedong's voice, the atmosphere in the command room, which was glowing with a light blue light, became more and more strange. Although the big shots of the Federation sitting at the table had already received the notice from the Bureau of Proclamation after the attack on the 388-60118 Foundation building and had also seen the relevant top-secret files, in fact, they still had some thoughts in their hearts. They hoped that the Bureau of Proclamations investigation was wrong. Medellin was indeed dead, but the problems he had caused were still ongoing. Previously, everyone has already seen the video of Medellin's private meeting with that person from the Empire. Cui Zedong glanced at the silent big shots of the Federation and said seriously, "The basic context has been sorted out. Here, I will make a report to everyone." After the first assault between the Federation and the Empire, in order to break through the blockade of the glory of the Charter, constructed a strange and exceptionally whimsical plan. They prepared a batch of newborn babies through the human trafficking organization in the Bermuda Star region. Taking advantage of the loopholes in the Federation's laws in this regard, they sold them to parents in the Federation who needed them. Among them was one of the babies. For the time being, we will name him Number 1. Person Number 1 grew up under the care of his adoptive parents in the Federation. According to the relevant privacy regulations, this pair of parents easily applied for an identity chip for this baby who was not even half a year old. From that moment on, this baby became a citizen of the Federation. In the 23rd year of the constitutional calendar, Target Number 1 joined the army and participated in the expeditionary force against the Empire. He received the Purple Star Medal. We believe that Target Number 1 still does not know his true identity until now. He even disobeyed the orders of his superiors to retreat because of his hatred for the Empire. In the 27th year of the constitutional calendar, Target Number 1 was in the most difficult period of his life. His business failed and his father passed away. It was also in this year that he unexpectedly received a funding from an unknown source and entered the Faculty of History and Economics of the Capital University. We now know that he received a strange invitation to go to Bermuda to meet an important person from the Empire. Chapter 307. There were very few people in the Battle Command who knew Macklin's secret identity in advance, but some of them only knew today for the first time, so they could not hide the shock in their hearts. Their expressions were extremely ugly, and their hands on the table nervously rubbed together. We believe that through the comparison results of the biological markers, as well as some evidence deliberately left by the Empire can easily convince him that he is one of them. From a national warrior of the Federation to one of the Empire's most deeply buried spies, what kind of psychological struggle Macklin went through, and how the Empire convinced him to fight for their cause, we have no way of knowing, because he is already dead, and can no longer speak of it. In the 31st year of the constitutional calendar, he organized the Veterans Association to occupy Charter Square and was expelled back to S2. This should be the beginning of his attempt to complete the mission given to him by the Empire. In the following 4 years, he has been trying to enter the political system of the Federation through the Federation's election, but he has always failed. According to post-analysis, under such circumstances, he confirmed that he could not complete his mission, so he chose to enter Green Dragon Mountain and start from the anti-government army. It must be admitted that he did very well. He used 15 years to become an important figure in the Central Committee of the Anti-Government Army, and had enough status within Green Dragon Mountain. Then, he proposed non-violent non-cooperation, and went around in a circle, still wanting to enter the political system of the Federation. In the end, he succeeded. Cui Zedong was seriously reporting the case. To be more precise, what he was doing now was more like telling a story from the distant past of Macklin. The story was so bizarre, but the meaning hidden in it was so terrifying that the big shots of the Federation in the command center of the president's residence subconsciously maintained absolute silence. They watched the pictures or videos of Macklin flashing on the light beam in silence. In the 58th year of the constitutional calendar, he began to run for the parliament of the 4 states around the mountains, and then he spent nearly 10 years, using his influence in the Federation and his advocacy of nonviolence, step by step into the core area of the Federation. Cui Zedong looked at President Pobre and said seriously, "It seems that this is the most dangerous step for the Federation." Over the past 10 years, Senator Macklin had been shuttling between S1 S2 and S1 S2. Apart from the fanatics who had always followed him, he also had many unclear relationships with the big shots in the upper echelons of the Federation. This person had always been spying on them in the dark as a spy of the Empire. Nobody knew how much confidential information he had obtained from the Federation in these interactions. The key was that the people he was in contact with were the Federation's unshakable upper echelons. There were even one or two of them sitting in the command center. Although the Bureau of Proclamation was independent of the internal checks and balances of the government, it was basically impossible for them to investigate to the extreme. If all the people that Senator Medellin had come into contact with were treated as suspects, then a large part of the Federation government and Parliament Hill might collapse. Go straight to the conclusion. President Pobre still had his head lowered. The metal pen in the transparent vacuum box before him glowed faintly. Target number 1, Macklin, is a spy the Empire sent to the Federation many years ago. He successfully hid from the glory of the Charter and tore open a large hole in the Federation's electronic surveillance network, causing unimaginable damage to us. Cui Zedong said in a low voice, the Charter computer has already determined that this is a second-order incident. The level of damage is controllable. After saying this, he turned off the display device in front of him and silently sat behind Director Pai. Only now did President Pobre raise his head. He glanced at the people in the room and said in a low and powerful voice, "Everyone, speak. Senator Macklin is actually a spy for the Empire." If the Bureau of Proclamation hadn't produced so much evidence, I don't think anyone here would believe it. Thinking back, I've met him before, and I admired his peaceful ideals. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Miles, didn't try to clear his name. As the most powerful figure in the federal military, if he was fooled by Macklin, then it would naturally clear the worries of more people. 70 years ago, during the first contact between the Federation and the Empire had already started such a plan. Other than sending babies into the Federation, they really couldn't find any other way to break through the blockade of the glory of the Charter. General Miles looked at the pen on the table and said coldly, "Fortunately, Macklin didn't have time to send these things out." His expression was solemn and stern. He said coldly, "The entire Federation was kept in the dark by him, and they even let him get the Purple Star Medal. This is a disgrace to the Federation." Fortunately, he died before he tried to escape from the Federation. Otherwise, most of the people in this room would have killed themselves, including me. This pen contains the specific data of the Federation's 2 major spatial passages. It is because the Federation tightly controlled these 2 spatial passages that the initiative of the war in the West Woods and Bermuda has always been in our hands. If Macklin had sent this information to the Empire, the Federation would have been caught off guard and would have suffered a great loss. It is even possible that the West Woods would have been handed over to the Empire. Secretary of Defense Zhou Yingxing, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth to explain the real danger of Macklin's incident to the other high-ranking officials present today. As soon as this was said, the high-ranking officials in the underground command center felt their hearts tighten, and they felt more and more shocked. I don't think this is a disgrace to the Federation. Through the human trafficking organization in Bermuda, they imported babies with their blood into the Federation, and then found a suitable method to wake up these sleeping children, tearing open a crack in the Federation. It has to be said that as early as 70 years ago, the Empire had already started this plan. Their patience and forbearance were exceptionally terrifying, and it also made people respect and fear them. Director Tai of the Bureau of Proclamation slowly opened his eyes and said, "The Empire's plan is very good and very powerful. They spent several decades to set it up, and even the chess pieces they set up didn't know their own identities in the beginning." When Macklin received the Purple Star Medal, he must have been a Federation warrior who hated the Empire to the core. However, after he found out his true identity, he was naturally different. I really admire the person who designed this plan on the Empire's side. I believe that after so many years, he should be dead. However, the power of this plan is starting to show, Director Tai said calmly. Just Medellin alone has almost put the Federation in an unknown danger, said Director Ling indifferently. Who can guarantee that the Empire only sent one Macklin? If there are still 20 or 30 Macklins hiding in the Federation government, how should we deal with them? Based on the President's temporary authorization and the authority of the Bureau of Proclamation, in the past 5 months, the Bureau of Proclamation, with the cooperation of the Department of Defense's 3rd Division and the Federation's Investigation Bureau, sorted out the various major organizations in the Federation. Based on the archived data from the central database, we monitored 3,671 suspects. In the end, we confirmed that there were 7 Federation citizens who could be seeds that the Empire had continuously infiltrated into the Federation over the past few years. I call them seeds because once they are watered and fertilized by the Empire, they will bloom poisonous flowers in the Federation's land. The director of the Bureau of Proclamation said slowly. His tone was very calm, but it was filled with an extremely cold feeling. As the guardian of the Federation's the glory of the Charter, he felt admiration and vigilance toward the Empire's terrifying plan that had been hidden for several decades. However, more than that, he was filled with a murderous intent to completely destroy the other party's plan. When he was speaking, no one in the conference room interrupted. Even President Pobre maintained a silent listening posture. What is slightly reassuring is that the 7 seeds that have been confirmed are now only ordinary citizens of the Federation. When the Empire designed this plan, they must have already considered the problem of the extremely low success rate. These 7 people have not had the opportunity to come into contact with any important departments in the Federation. Among them, 6 of them have never even left the Federation, have never come into contact with people from the Empire. Therefore, we believe that they have not been triggered. Here, I would like to turn around and talk about Senator Macklin. Director Ying's hands gently stroked his walking stick. His expression was solemn as he said, after the investigation, we will look at this person's entire life in reverse order. My respect for him has reached the extreme. He has no background in the Federation. Once he accepted his mission, he spent several decades without any hesitation or deviation to advance toward his goal. After taking several large detours, he finally came into contact with the core of the Federation. The old director picked up the pen in front of the president and said with a frown, Minister Zhou missed something earlier. In this pen, other than the data of the spatial passageway, there is also a chip, the verification chip of the Bureau of Proclamation. Most of the people in the conference room, including the president, did not know what the verification chip meant. However, when they saw Director Ying's extremely cold expression, they could tell that this verification chip was definitely related to the Federation's most unshakable the glory of the Charter. When Macklin entered the anti-government army in Green Dragon Mountain, he began to promote anti-violence and did not take the opportunity to cause the civil war to erupt more rapidly. On the surface, this did not seem to be in the interest of the Empire. However, in reality, his actions in the last 10 years were all for the sake of a position. Director Ng looked at the pen in his hand and said slowly, he wants to become the vice president of the Federation. An Empire citizen becoming the vice president of the Federation. Is this a joke? Is this a fairy tale? No, he almost succeeded. Everyone should know that the vice president of the Federation automatically becomes the chairman of the Federation Management Committee. The chairman is the only position in the Federation's political structure that can penetrate deeply into the Bureau of Proclamation. No one in the conference room could react to this analysis. Even President Pobre frowned. If Macklin had really been aiming for the position of the vice president of the Federation from the beginning, the Empire's scheme was indeed great. They had actually tampered with the Bureau of Proclamation. If he could influence or find out about the operation secrets of the Federation's electronic surveillance network, the Empire would lose the layer of glory that they feared the most when they invaded again. On the screen above, the Vice President of the Federation, Byron, had an unusually solemn expression. According to the relevant regulations of the Federation government, he and President Pobre would rarely appear in the same place. He had also attended this important meeting remotely. Now that he knew that his competitor was a spy of the Empire and knew that the position of Vice President hid such a problem, he could not help but feel heavy-hearted. The 7 seeds that have been confirmed are already under full surveillance. There will not be any more problems. If the Federation government passes the relevant laws, the Bureau of Proclamation will be able to arrest them immediately. Director C coughed softly and continued speaking. The investigation of Macklin's case has also come to an end. No matter what his true identity is, the fact that he was able to obtain these 2 spatial maps and this chip proves that the Federation's internal affairs are already rotten to an unbearable extent. In this operation, we have already arrested 314 officials and soldiers who are suspected of leaking secrets to Macklin. A thick chill flashed across Director C's face. Although they have been crying out for justice, and although they still do not know that Macklin is a spy of the Empire, even if Macklin really becomes the Vice President of the Federation, it is still a great crime for them to leak such top-secret information to him. I suggest that the trial of these people be carried out in secret by the military court, and that they be convicted according to the boundaries of the higher authorities, Director C said coldly with his head lowered. Macklin had operated in the Green Dragon Mountain and the Federation for so many years. Relying on his reputation and status, as well as the possible title of Vice President, there were countless government officials and soldiers who were willing to leak certain information to him. Although they did not know that Macklin was a spy of the Empire, in reality, he posed a great threat to the Federation. Hearing Director C's words, the high-ranking officials and generals in the command center all felt a chill at the same time. More than 300 people from the government and military had been isolated, investigated, and sentenced at the same time. Without a doubt, this was the biggest purge in the history of the Federation. However, none of these important figures dared to raise any questions. This was because if a cold purge was not carried out, the negative influence that Macklin, the most terrifying spy of the Empire, had caused within the Federation would be difficult to eliminate. Furthermore, it was only natural that the officials involved in the leak would have to pay the price for the safety of the Federation. Everyone, in January of this year, the Federation was only a few hours away from the danger of being destroyed. Director C raised his head and looked coldly at the people present. He slowly took in a deep breath and said, "The Bureau of Proclamation did not have any reason to suspect him. It was all due to the independent analysis and hints of the central computer. However, he was a candidate for Vice President after all." The Bureau of Proclamation's investigation was obstructed by many things. Furthermore, I have to admit that the Bureau of Proclamation was tied down by politics. They wanted to obtain irrefutable evidence and did not take any decisive measures against him. This was the Bureau of Proclamation's biggest mistake. They sought too much stability, but they did not expect that Macklin was prepared to abandon everything in the Federation and leave decisively, the old man said in a cold voice. The old director said in a cold voice, "Fortunately, someone killed him before he left. He died just like that." The old man changed the topic and said with a smile, "In the past few months, before I fell asleep, every time I thought that Macklin was dead, I would feel extremely happy and relaxed. It's good that he died." Minister Zoe glanced at the old man inconspicuously from the corner of his eyes. His heart trembled slightly. Macklin, the seed of the Empire, had bloomed poisonous flowers in the soil of the Federation. However, before he could start sowing, he was directly uprooted by 2 unreasonable farmers. Chapter 308. 70 years ago, the the Federation and the Empire abruptly met in the space behind the Night Scorpion Nebula when both sides were caught off guard. The biological structure and social structure of the two intelligent life forms were so similar that the vast universe was about to be moved to tears. However, neither side had the ecstasy of meeting a distant relative in the lonely universe. Instead, because of some stories recorded in the archives, a terrible war broke out. It was probably because such similar intelligent life forms had carved deep marks in each other's instincts that could never be erased. Expansion and plundering of resources were things that both sides had to do, so war was inevitable. At the end of the last constitutional era, when the two sides met for the first time, the Federation had a considerable advantage in terms of technology, economic strength, and military resources. However, the Empire's strict, centralized, and hierarchical society erupted with powerful combat ability when faced with the Federation. Countless warriors of the Empire's inferior races, completely forgetting the injustice and oppression they once suffered in their homeland, howled, waved the weapons in their hands, and rode on crudely made spaceships. Like ants with wings, they endlessly threw themselves into the front line, launching a flood of attacks that faced death with equanimity toward the defense line that the Federation had built with mechanical firepower. The Empire had the advantage in population, and the Empire's warriors were not afraid of death. As long as the Emperor in the palace gave the order, countless people would be willing to shed their blood for him. In the cruel war, the ever-rising number of casualties was like a curse that struck the heart of every Federation citizen, because those were their family, children, brothers, and partners. The Federation could not be like the Empire, watching their children die in those distant corners of the universe while still fanatically waving the flag of the royal family, crying and shouting that they would be loyal to His Majesty to the death. It should be known that in this universe, the Federation was like a lonely rich family. They would never look at those pitiful and despicable distant relatives hiding in the Bermuda star system. Among the stars, they were only worried about the turbulence of cosmic rays, meteorites, and the savage creatures that occasionally appeared on the resource planets. There were no truly powerful enemies. After tens of thousands of years, the Federation had gotten used to peace and naturally did not keep too many troops. Therefore, when the Federation discovered that countless cruel and powerful enemies had suddenly appeared on the other side of the universe, they actually could not react in time. Therefore, in the first phase of the war, after the Federation's expeditionary army broke through the Night Scorpion Nebula, they were routed by the Empire's army and retreated to the West Woods Nebula. While the Federation was resting, gathering troops, and trying to improve the combat ability of the army, the invasion army of the Imperium spent 7 years on a magnificent expedition that bypassed the Night Scorpion Nebula and launched a full-scale attack on the Federation from the side. Under the comparison of military power at that time, if nothing unexpected happened, the densely packed Imperial troops in small warships would easily destroy most of the combat ability of the Federal Army at the front line of the West Woods Nebula star system. Then, they would go straight to the core of the Federation, the Upper Woods region. Just when the survival of the Federation was on the line, the glory of the Charter that was scattered in the universe began to spread like holy light, shining on the warships of the Empire's invaders. Part of the glory of the Charter was the electronic surveillance network. The Federal Army had enough information feedback in their own territory. Behind the Night Scorpion Nebula, they were no match for the Imperial troops, but on their own land, they had countless pairs of eyes. The Imperial Expeditionary Force, on the other hand, became completely blind. The omnipresent the glory of the Charter, the omnipotent the glory of the Charter, the eyes of the universe that the Federation had spent tens of thousands of years to set up with the wealth they had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, finally saved the Federation itself. The Imperial Expeditionary Force suffered a crushing defeat in the West Woods region and could never set foot in a corner of the Federation again. Since the beginning of the war, this iron law had never been broken. The royal family of the Empire was not satisfied. After countless expeditions, and after millions of elite troops perished in the universe at the edge of the West Woods region, the Emperor had to admit that as long as the Federation's the glory of the Charter still existed, no matter whether it was a direct attack or a secret infiltration, it would only make his subjects bleed incessantly without gaining any benefits. At that time, a minister suggested that the Emperor start the seed plan. Only a few people in the upper echelons of the Empire knew about this plan. At this time, the Federation was busy summarizing the war experience and preparing for war. They did not know that an unknown number of poisonous seeds had drifted through the dust between the stars and landed softly and silently on the soft land of the Federation. The peace between the Federation and the Empire had been maintained for many years. The Federal Army, which had grown rapidly in the War of Blood and Fire, had been preparing for a long time. In order to wash away the humiliation of the past, they organized a massive expeditionary force. 2 forces passed through the space channel of the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor, invading the periphery of the Empire and breaking into the heartland of the Empire. However, the Federation underestimated the Empire's ability to withstand war. They also underestimated the rapid development of the Empire's military technology in the past few decades. In the beginning, the Federation had the absolute advantage by relying on their cutting-edge weapons and powerful space transportation ability. They wiped out one of the Empire's frontier fleets and successfully defeated the entire Empire's 3rd Royal Brigade. However, as the war progressed, the expeditionary force of the Federal Army was caught in the sea of fire of the Empire's all-out war. At this critical juncture, the Empire's Field Marshal launched an extremely risky space jump battle. He used land aviation to forcibly fill in the remaining spare warships of the Empire's fleet and sealed off the exit of Gary Corridor, blocking the retreat of the Federation's expeditionary force. His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire personally led the army from the side of the Anda Nebula and landed on the most important transport base planet of the Federation's expeditionary force. He intended to intercept them from the front and back and wipe out the entire Federation's expeditionary force in one fell swoop. Li Pifu, the commander of the 17th Armored Division at the time, shone the brightest in this magnificent battle. The Black M-37 mecha assassinated His Majesty of the Empire. The Federation's expeditionary force took advantage of the chaos on the Empire's side and broke through the outer space blockade. They went around the Night Scorpion Nebula and returned to the hinterland of the Federation. This great battle was called the First War by the Federation because the historians and strategists of the Federation never admitted that the time when the Empire attacked the West Woods was a real war. They believed that the Federation at that time didn't have a decent army at all and only knew peace. The Federation's army gradually grew stronger and stronger amidst the endless battles and bloodshed. Li Pifu from the Lees of Philadelphia also fully displayed his all-around powerful combat ability and outstanding commanding ability in the endless battles. The hat of the god of war was worn on his head, and it remained there until today. After that, there were endless battles and endless deaths. The Empire's magnificent expeditionary force that went around the Federation for many years never stopped. More and more special mecha battalions began to silently pass through the unmonitored areas of the Bermuda star system through the space passageways and arrived at the borders of the Federation. Too much blood, too much death, too much hatred. It was already destined that there would never be true peace between the Federation and the Empire. This was a battle of survival and death. This universe was so beautiful, but it still needed to find a true master. The Bureau of Proclamations report ended. The battle command below the president's official residence was silent. Facing the sinister plan that the Empire had hidden for decades, they felt an unprecedented chill. The important people present all had military experience. No one would feel fear or retreat in the face of the great battle between the Federation and the Empire. However, when they thought about the foresight and cunning of the Empire, how could their hearts not be heavy? A person from the Empire almost became the vice president of the Federation. If this really happened, I don't know how everyone present, including me, will explain this to the citizens of the Federation. How will we explain this to history? The dark-skinned President Pobre looked at the high-ranking officials and generals in the command center and said in a deep voice, regarding the Macklin case, if the Parliament Hill and the Ministry of Justice had continued to investigate, even if they couldn't expose the Empire's plan, the situation wouldn't have become so dangerous. He only raised his voice slightly. The color of the president's face was extremely good at hiding his true emotions, but the high-ranking officials present could hear the uncontrollable anger in the president's heart. It had only been 5 months since he officially took office, but this president, who was born in the lowest rung of society, had already successfully obtained the trust and loyalty of most of the powerful people in the government. Although the Federation Society was still in an uproar because of Macklin's death, President Pobre was still able to obtain more than 60% of the public's support. In the words of political scholars, President Pobre was different from his predecessors. He was a typical strong president. At that time, if the investigation had continued, the public's reaction to Macklin's death would have been much calmer. President Pobre frowned and looked at the advisors and generals in the conference room. He said in a cold voice, "I just signed an order to cancel all of Ning's authority in the government." Hearing this, the high-ranking officials around the desk were frightened. Nan, the former Minister of Justice in the cabinet, was responsible for the investigation of the Macklin case. However, when Macklin was about to be brought to justice, he was forced to announce the termination of the investigation because of the disappearance of an important witness of the anti-government army. He resigned in dejection. Many of the important people present knew that the former minister had a close relationship with a certain lady. Whether it was the beginning or the end of the Macklin case, the shadow of that lady was behind it. In fact, that lady did this for President Pobre's final victory in the election. After President Pobre took office, Xiangnan, who had made great contributions to the president's election, was naturally appointed again. He was appointed as a special national affairs advisor in the president's official residence. He could participate in national security meetings and was a real popular person in the government. If there were no accidents, after the impact of the Macklin case disappeared, Xiangnan should become a very important assistant to the president. But today, President Pobre removed all of his duties. What did this mean? Did it mean that the president was angry about the Macklin case, or was it a warning to some of the forces behind the scenes? There was silence in the command center. No one dared to say anything. Medellin is dead, but this is a serious warning to us. The people of the empire have wild ambitions and have never given up the evil idea of invasion. In today's national security meeting, all the important military generals are present. We need to formulate a relevant strategy immediately. President Pobre looked at Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military Region and Fleet Commander Hong Yuliang on the screen. He said, "We don't know when the Empire will attack, but we must know when we have the ability to attack." The atmosphere in the room was tense. Everyone knew that the situation between the Federation and the Empire had to be discussed today. But to prepare for a real war, it would take at least 3 years, and the Empire had been preparing for it all along. First of all, we must cover up the Macklin case. We can't let the Empire know that we're prepared. General Miles knew that he had to be the one to break the silence, because he had already noticed that the ruthless man from the Silin Zhong family on the screen was starting to raise his eyebrows out of habit. As the #1 general of the military, he could not just stand by and watch the Silin military criticize His Excellency the President. The Bureau of Proclamation has been cleaned up internally 3 times. There's no problem keeping it confidential, Cui Zedong replied in a low voice. Senator Macklin died in a terrorist attack. This is the final verdict. Secretary of Defense Zhou Yingxing lowered his head and looked at the document in front of him. His fingers did not tremble at all as he held the document. The special forces sent by the 2nd Military Region and the West Woods Military Region. I have no doubts about the Federation soldiers. General Myers noticed that Commander Zhong's expression on the screen had calmed down a little. He relaxed a little and said, "But those people in Bermuda who got the video of the meeting between Macklin and the Emperor, can we trust them?" "Yes." Director Zhong of the Bureau of Proclamation slowly raised his head and glanced at General Myers. He said, "That's a child of the Bureau." When the long meeting ended, it was already late at night. Zhou Yingxing walked out along the green lawn of the president's official residence. Secretary Zhao followed behind him at a distance, holding a coat in her hand. She did not disturb his thoughts. Today's high-level secret meeting was mainly to study and evaluate the Empire's poison seed plan and then come up with countermeasures. The military's combat readiness level was also raised. President Pobre had made up his mind, but it was clear that the federal military, especially the Westwoods military region, had a different opinion. However, from beginning to end, no one thought that Macklin's identity as a spy of the Empire should be announced to the entire Federation. Minister Zhou walked out of the lawn with a faint sneer on his lips. The so-called secrecy to deceive the Empire was no doubt a childish and ridiculous argument. The reason why it could not be announced was because the Federation could not afford to lose face. It was the same for both the government and the people. Moreover, the person involved was Macklin, the beloved Macklin of the Federation people. Who would believe it? Hiding everything was the combination of the countless unconscious wills of the government and the people. This was the will of the Federation that George Carlin had once mentioned. The will of the Federation wanted to hide the truth. Then, as General Myers had said earlier, Senator Macklin could only die in the hands of the evil and terrifying branch. There was a dull camouflage military vehicle outside the president's official residence. The glass window was lowered, and General Myers opened the door for him to sit in. A trace of coldness flashed in the general's eyes. He said in a low voice, "No one wants to mention it. Your relationship with him forbids you to mention it. But I want to say that Su Lu has made a great contribution to the Federation. He saved the faces of the soldiers and saved my old face." Chapter 309. The motorcade with eye-catching military license plate sped through the capital streets in the middle of the night like a troop of ghosts toward the west. If it were daytime, the passers-by would definitely have noticed the identity and status of this motorcade. At this time, there were occasionally workers driving self-cleaning vehicles. Seeing the military vehicles from afar, they also subconsciously stepped on the brakes and watched the motorcade roar past. Zhou Yingxing was not sitting in the Minister of Defense's special vehicle at the front. Instead, he was sitting in General Miles's bulletproof military vehicle. The two important figures of the federal military were looking forward. Their voices were calm as they discussed some matters. "You and I know better than anyone what that pen in front of the president means. No matter why Sulu went to kill Macklin, he did this. This means that he has made a great contribution to the Federation. Moreover, he is one of the developers of the MX Mecha. More importantly, in the eyes of us soldiers, if this little guy dies just like this, it will be a great loss to the Federation." General Miles's eyebrows glowed under the nightlight, and a few strands of white could be vaguely seen inside them. He frowned, but then he smiled and said, "The military's war research lab has been analyzing that video for a long time. Recently, those little brats who have been doing exercises have also been studying and analyzing it." "How many times have you seen it?" "Once." Minister Zhou replied calmly, "This matter involves the secrets of the Federation. If I see it too many times, the confidentiality will decrease." General Miles laughed. He looked at him with slight ridicule and said, "After so many years, you're still so cautious. You've already thrown the video into the training base. Why are you still hiding it in front of me?" Minister Zhou smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything. The soldiers of the Federation are forged from iron and blood. Suddenly, a cautious and self-restrained person like you appeared. Of all people in the military, you just had to sit in the position of Minister of Defense. I'm afraid many people in the military would never have imagined this. Admiral Miles looked at him sideways and said slowly, "But I always remember that during the second expedition, if you hadn't forced the fleet to land, my troops would have been finished. At that time, you were waving the pistol on the communicator and yelling at the fleet, saying that if the fleet didn't come down, you would kill everyone in the logistics base. Under such circumstances, how could I not listen to your orders?" Minister Zoe said calmly. With just a few simple words, the two soldiers were pulled back to the battlefield a long time ago. At that time, General Miles was already a powerful figure in a certain frontline army, while Zhou Yingxing was only a chief officer in the logistics department. There was a huge difference in status between the two. No one would have thought that after so many years, the two of them would be on equal footing in the military. More importantly, even President Pobre and his wife would not have expected that the two big shots of the federal military would have such a harmonious relationship in private, even though they had very little contact over the years. General Miles sat up straight and said coldly, "Back to business. After all, Sulo is an active soldier. How could he just die in the hands of those guys? In order to hide the truth, they let our children be the scapegoat. If this little guy can be polished in the military for a few years, he will definitely shine in the war with the Empire in the future." General Miles thought of the surveillance video of the Foundation building that he had watched many times. He unbuttoned the collar of his military uniform and sighed. How many years has it been since such a fierce guy appeared? I think even that little lunatic Li Feng won't be able to break into the Foundation and kill him. Do you think our teacher back then could do it? The teacher he was talking about was naturally the teacher of the 17th Armored Division many years ago, the current Federation's god of war, Li Pifu. Teacher, of course, has no problem. General Miles immediately overturned his previous doubts and said slowly, "But in the future war, do we still expect our teacher to come out in person? Wouldn't we be ashamed to death?" Zhou Yingxing listened quietly and didn't say a word. He only looked at the quiet street outside the window from time to time. A few glimmers of light flashed in his eyes and then disappeared quickly. "If I remember correctly, that girl of yours seems to be his woman. Under such circumstances, why are you still so cautious and unwilling to come out?" General Miles leaned back in his chair and began to close his eyes to rest. Zhou Yingxing smiled slightly and didn't explain anything. The hug with that little guy in the cemetery was destined to make both sides take the blame for each other. General Miles didn't hear Zhou Yingxing's voice, but he didn't find it strange. He knew that this guy had started out in the logistics department and had always been cautious and solemn in the military. He would never easily express his opinions. Even though he was now the Federation's Minister of Defense, his temperament still hadn't changed. He closed his eyes and said slowly, "Sulo is a talent. He can't die." On the top floor of the Sanlin United Bank headquarters building, the pure glass dome and the side walls were as dazzling as a diamond in the dark night. The head of the Li family, Li Yuangong, was still wearing that small black hat and sitting on that old-fashioned chair. It was a stark contrast to the spacious and luxurious office environment on the top floor of the bank. He put down the phone in his hand. The wrinkles on his face didn't relax. Instead, they were squeezed into lines like weathered stone. They were densely packed and full of heaviness. The meeting in the official residence has ended. Senator Macklin has been confirmed to be a spy of the Empire. Li Yuangong took off the small hat on his head and raised the corner of his droopy lips in self-mockery. He said slowly with a hoarse voice, "This is really wonderful. The first time our Li family interfered in the presidential election, we ended up supporting someone from the Empire. There was never an absolute secret in the Federation. An absolute secret like Macklin's true identity might only circulate in a small circle of dozens of people, but it definitely couldn't be hidden from the heads of the 7 families in the Federation. It was because they were all members of this small circle. Li Xiuzhu was like a child who had made a mistake. He lowered his head and stood in front of his old father. His waist was half bent, and his face was pale. His flower-like appearance seemed to be withering. After hearing his father's words, his body bent even deeper. Mr. Pobre is a very wise person. He won't expose this matter. If he does, everyone who has supported Macklin, including our family, will be embarrassed. Li Yuangong coughed lightly and said, "You don't have to blame yourself too much. Mr. Macklin has even fooled the entire Federation, let alone you and me. Don't think too highly of your ability." "I understand, father." Li Xiuzhu lowered his head and replied. Then he asked, "Su Lo has been missing for 5 months. According to the intelligence, Macklin's death should be related to him. Macklin is an admirable person. In the end, such a person was killed by Su Lo just like that." Li Yuangong slowly stood up and walked out of the office. From a certain perspective, he is a hero of the Federation. It's a pity that he can only be a terrorist forever. He will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history and then die. Father. Li Xiuzhu had not seen Su Lo more than a few times. As a person at the top of the Federation's pyramid, he should not have paid too much attention to that insignificant person. However, over the past year, it had been proven that this insignificant person had a destructive power that no one could imagine. He was very wary of Su Li's existence. However, no matter how cold and gloomy his heart was, he could not help but be stunned when he heard his father's words. A young man who had made great contributions to the Federation could only meet with such a tragic end. Looking at Macklin's death, you can see that this young man is too unreasonable and too ruthless. The Federation system cannot tolerate such a person who walks on the road alone. Li Yuangong slowly walked out of the office. His aged voice echoed in the empty room, each word penetrating the heart. Killing people at will based on what he thinks is right and wrong. Moreover, he has the terrifying ability to kill people. If such a person is left alive, how many people in the Federation will not be able to sleep peacefully? Including you, this useless father. Think about it. One day in the future, that Su Lo suddenly thinks that I deserve to die and wants to kill me. How will I continue to live? Macklin was an amazing person. However, such an amazing person had died at the hands of Su Lo for no reason at all in his own base. This fact made some people in the Federation sigh in admiration and regard him as a heroic figure. However, even more important people, while rejoicing at the safety of the Federation, felt an unprecedented chill toward him and wanted to kill him. In the Federation, there was an old saying that when an ordinary man was angry, the world would bleed. Now, elderly Pifu was admiring the scenery by Lake Feiqing, but there was suddenly another ordinary man. Moreover, this young man did not care about the rules at all. Just like Elder Li's self-mocking comment, since such a person had made contributions to the Federation by accident, if he were to live or be released, it would only mean that he would be in danger. Other than the federal military, which had been silent, no one, including the cabinet of the government, the insiders on Parliament Hill, and those big families, wanted to see Su Lo live or be released. They silently watched the Federation hide Macklin's story and coldly waited for Su Lo to be identified as a terrorist and then die. As long as this insignificant person died, the world would return to normal. Everyone would be fine, and the future of the Federation would be better. However, for Su Lo and Shi Qinghai, this was a despicable and sad situation that I and the Macho Back Mountain Manor. Shunli rubbed between his eyebrows. After finishing the urgent documents he needed to deal with today, he noticed that the email in the lower right corner was blinking. He frowned and opened the email. Looking at the words on the email, he could not make up his mind for a long time. After thinking for a while, he got up and tidied his clothes. He walked around the long corridor and went up to the third floor. Outside the huge kitchen on the third floor, Shunli was holding the documents in his hand. Looking at the back of the lady, he said softly, "Bai Yulan wants to come back. He has a comrade who is getting married next month. He doesn't want to miss it." Lady Tai, who was cutting onions, paused on the chopping board. After a while, she said indifferently, "This is not a big deal. You deal with it yourself. I'm worried that if he comes back, he might run into Sulu," Secretary Shin said in a low voice. Lady Tai did not answer. She continued what she was doing with her hands. The sharp knife cut the onions into pieces. She was wearing delicate goggles, so she did not cry. Her face was cold. No one could understand her anger and her gloomy mood. Sulu was the little guy she had raised up single-handedly. However, when she found that this person was as uncontrollable as that man many years ago, she felt like she had seen her favorite toy. Once again, she tried to jump out of her window and let those cars run over her. This kind of déjà vu situation touched the sad soul of her childhood. Therefore, she would not allow Sulu to live. No one could change this fact. The madam did not pay attention to the differences of opinion within the government, nor did she care to think about who it was that transported Sulu from Fox Fortress to the military prison on the surface. She also did not care who it was that placed that video in the training base to nurture the military's interest in Sulu. It had nothing to do with Macklin's death. She had Suli's biggest weakness in her hands. As long as she was willing, Sulu would definitely die. However, she could still take a look and see just who those people who were stirring up trouble were. Secretary Shin understood the sound of the madam cutting onions. He knew that Sulu would not be able to leave the military prison alive. After a moment of silence, he turned around and left. He sighed softly in his heart. Sulu did not know that he was constantly switching between the two completely different identities of a Federation hero and a terrorist. He also did not have the self-awareness that his life and death were tied to a single line. In the military prison in the wastelands, he often narrowed his eyes and looked at the withered grass that grew crazily outside the window. From time to time, he would lower his head and stroke the bracelet on his wrist, waiting for the right moment. Uncle had taught him to never entrust his life and death to others. Therefore, even though Su Songzi had brought him some obscure information a few days ago, letting him know that there were people outside the military prison who were trying to get him out alive, he still firmly and silently carried out his plan. It was a pity that the security in Qingqing prison was too tight. That omnipotent old thing never said a word about his naughty request to help him escape. The reason he took such a huge risk to escape was because Su Lu knew that the madam wanted him dead. That madam knew his greatest secret, a secret that could break the Federation's the glory of the Charter. Anyone who possessed this secret had to die. Even if he was the Federation's president, there was no exception. The intense pain under his skin woke Su Lu from his thoughts. The bloody foam in his mouth had a slightly sweet taste. His blurry vision only focused after a long time. He clearly saw the cold and indifferent official from the Federation's investigation bureau in front of him. This was an interrogation room. He was currently being investigated by the Federation's investigation bureau. It was an exceptionally terrifying investigation. Chapter 310. The walls of the interrogation room of the Qingqing military prison had a metallic luster, and there were a few simple decorations on the magnetic material floor. Several officials in black suits silently watched Su Lu, who was handcuffed to the chair and half-naked. In the quiet room, only the sound of electric current and the faint painful groan from his dry lips could be heard. The spikes that were injected with electric current struggled and shook under Su Li's naked skin, transmitting the pain into his body, but also made his mind more clear. He hadn't slept for a few days, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. At this time, the pain was added to his body, but he could slowly raise his head and squint at the officials. His eyes were calm but filled with pain. After Su Songzi made him sign the legal documents, it was followed by the interrogation from the government. The investigation of the terrorist attack on the Golden Foundation building finally entered the stage of questioning the suspect. This was already the fourth day of the Federation Investigation Bureau's interrogation. Although in these 4 days, he had experienced unprecedented mental and physical torture, he remembered the message that Su Songzi passed to him and had maintained absolute silence. An official looked at Su Lu, who was bleeding on the chair, shook his head at the superior beside him, and turned off the instrument beside him. The current output at this time had greatly exceeded the upper limit of the Federation Investigation Bureau's daily use, but the suspect still refused to speak. Although the official in charge of the investigation knew that Su Lu was a captain of the federal military, he still couldn't understand how he could survive these days of torture. "It's been 4 days, and I haven't introduced myself." The thin official of the Federation Investigation Bureau had a pale face and deep cold eyes. He took off his white gloves, walked in front of Su Lu, raised his chin with a finger, and said, "I am the director of the 4th Department of the Federation Investigation Bureau. I am fully responsible for investigating all matters related to the Green Dragon Mountain. I know your identity, but under my hands, don't expect anyone to be able to save you. This is a very boring threat, and I know this." The director of the General Hospital waved his hand and signaled for his subordinate to turn off the light in the interrogation room. He turned on the table lamp and shone it on Su Li's bloodied face. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not. You've already killed so many people, and you even dared to kill agents of the Special Task Force. Do you still expect to get out of here alive? By the way, I forgot to tell you that I was also in charge of the Linhai State Gymnasium case last year. I know what kind of role you played in that case, but now we are enemies. Don't forget, there were 7 officers from the 2nd MR who committed suicide in the end. Do you think you can last longer than them?" The director of the General Hospital loosened his fingers and let Su Li's head fall limply as he said with a smile. After saying this, he picked up the white gloves on the table and wiped the blood off his hands. He said to his subordinates, "I'm going to get a cup of coffee. You guys treat the kid's wounds, but be careful not to let the kid fall asleep." The officers in the room nodded and began to scrub Su Li's body with clean water. Then, they used the military-provided polymer medical spray to quickly treat the small wounds on Su Li's skin. However, the blazing light was still coldly shining on Su Li's closed eyes. The headphones in his ears were still playing terrible noises that sounded like the cries of ghosts and rats. An hour later, the director of the General Hospital finished his coffee and took a nap on the sofa. Then, he walked back to the interrogation room. He looked at his subordinate who was checking Su Li's eyes and said with a gloomy face, "You've already broken the record." "Yes." The subordinate smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what the result of the interrogation is." "Did they also break the record?" The director of the General Hospital said with a gloomy face, "Shi Qinghai is the best Special Forces member in the Bureau. Plus, he has been trained by the anti-government forces for a long time. I'm afraid he won't get the result faster than us." The electric current was turned on again. Su Lu, who was half asleep, couldn't control his instinct. He groaned in pain. The veins on his neck bulged and beads of sweat flowed down from his forehead. The director of the General Hospital moved a chair and sat in front of Su Lu. He looked down at the heavy magnetic shackles on Su Li's ankles and subconsciously touched his nose. If it weren't for the safety measures of Qingqing prison, he wouldn't dare to get so close to this dangerous person. Su Lu opened her eyes and stared at him, a trace of viciousness flashing past her eyes. Revenge? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to take revenge. The director of the general hospital flicked his finger and ordered his subordinate to use all kinds of technical means to destroy Su Li's body and spirit. He said in a deep voice, "You are an orphan. You became a terrorist because of your family education. I admit that your willpower is strong, beyond my expectations. But you also have to admit that your spirit is about to collapse. Anyway, you won't be able to hold on. Why do you want to suffer more?" The director of the general hospital said indifferently, "Why do you want me to humiliate you and your family?" Su Lo coughed softly. Only after experiencing the 4 days of interrogation did he know how terrifying the interrogation methods of the Federation Investigation Bureau were. Even if he was really a rock, there were already a few deep cracks on his body. He didn't go through any anti-torture training. He only relied on the breath in his heart and his perseverance to hold on. Through Su Songzi, he knew that he wasn't going to die. Although he didn't know the real reason, he had to clench his teeth and hold on for a while. Su Li's stubbornness made the officials of the Federation Investigation Bureau feel cold in their hearts. They started to panic, but he also knew that he was about to enter the stage where his spirit was dispersing. At that time, under the investigation's professional methods, he might confess for no reason. He didn't understand why the government wanted to interrogate him. He couldn't live after killing Macklin. This was the result he was already mentally prepared for. He also didn't understand why they wanted to link him to the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army. Was it because of Shi Qinghai? Or did the Federation need a suitable crime? He raised his head with difficulty and said with a hoarse voice, "I killed Macklin, but this has nothing to do with the Green Dragon Mountain." "Why did you kill him?" The head of the General Hospital's 4th Department asked quickly. If Su Lu still didn't speak, he was really worried that he would break down first. After so many days in the military prison, he always felt that the suspect on the chair was like a silent rock that was about to crush his professional patience into pieces. Because he deserved to die. Su Lu lowered his head and said. The head of the General Hospital's 4th Department was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he stood up and took out the earphones in Su Li's ears. He violently pulled on his earlobe, gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice, "This is not the answer I want." "You know what answer I want." Su Li's earlobe was torn open. Blood flowed down his cheeks. He lowered his head again and became silent again. The head of the General Hospital's 4th Department suddenly slapped him coldly and said, "I can't hold it in anymore." "I think you can't hold it in anymore. Let's see who can last until the end." Feeling the electric current rushing into his body again, Su Lu lowered his head and groaned. President Pabre stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential residence. The dark night reflected on his dark face, but there was a faint glow of light. After the meeting, he took a shower and drank a cup of coffee, but he still didn't feel sleepy. He quietly stood in front of the window and looked at the lawn outside, thinking silently about something. The head of the presidential office, Brin, knocked on the door and came in with a checkered pajama in his hand. He walked to President Pabre's side and said softly, "Madam just woke up. Please rest early." President Pabre nodded and took the pajama and put it on his slightly cold shoulders. He said, "Let her sleep first. I still have some things to think about." Brin nodded. When he was about to leave, he heard the president's low voice. "I have something to ask you." During the term of the former President Sieg, Brin, who was still young, started to be the deputy head of the presidential office. This kind of position, in a sense, was the president's most trusted personal butler. Generally speaking, when the president's residence changed owners, the office staff, especially the head and the deputy head, definitely had to leave. This was because no president of the Federation was willing to keep the previous president's trusted aide by his side. This was an extremely dangerous and stupid move. However, Brin stayed. He was even directly promoted by President Pobre to be the head of the presidential office. He was very clear that this was because of his relationship with Lady Tai that President Pobre trusted him so much. However, in these 5 months, Brin's heart had been secretly worried. This was because he couldn't be sure that the president wouldn't keep using an official who had a close relationship with the Tai family. Tonight, at this time, the president kept him in the office. What did this mean? Director Brin's heart was a little nervous, but on the surface, his face was calm. He quietly stood behind the president. He didn't ask anything and just waited for the president to ask. After a long silence, President Pobre turned around and looked at him. He said in a deep voice, regarding the investigation of the Medellin case last year, "What do you think?" Hearing this, Brin felt like his heart suddenly exploded. The Medellin case was single-handedly designed by Macho. The purpose was to help this man in front of him climb to the top of the Federation's power. At this time, Mr. Pobre actually wanted to ask for his opinion. A burst of coldness bloomed from the depths of his heart and took over his whole body. He was silent, thinking, but he couldn't find the right words to use. President Pobre looked at him with a calm gaze and said, "We can't let the people of the Federation feel insecure, and we can't let the Federation's self-confidence suffer a serious blow, so it's not convenient to reveal Medellin's identity as a spy." This was the suggestion of the National Security Committee. The military also didn't express any clear opposition, so I accepted this suggestion. But I think that the Medellin case that was suspended last year can continue. The Capital Daily News can put some pressure on Bob and Wood to resume their duties and continue to dig deeper into the clues of the Medellin case. The things stored in the central database can also be selected to be handed over to the Parliament. A series of words flowed out from the calm president's mouth. They were very clear and powerful. This president, who came from the bottom of the hierarchy, said with a trace of determination, "In this universe, it's no longer the era of the previous dynasty. There's no such thing as taboo for the venerated and taboo for the dead. The dead can't be buried, this is not allowed." Brin was a very intelligent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the president's official residence for so long. He understood the hidden meaning in the president's words. His heart was cold, and cold sweat began to seep out of his back. "What do you think about the soldier named Sulu?" President Pobre suddenly changed the topic. On the surface, he was asking Brin, but in reality, he was announcing his true opinions on many things. After leaving the circular office, Brin gently closed the heavy black wooden door. He stepped on the soft carpet and walked toward his own office. His footsteps were unusually heavy. He understood the president's conversation with him. Between Wucho Mountain, who had supported him in secret for many years, and absolute loyalty to the president, he had to choose a path. When he reached the end of the long carpet, Director Brin gradually raised his head. His young face was filled with a determined expression. He casually smiled and chatted with the maids who walked past him. He had already made his choice. After spending 5 months with President Pobre, he was deeply impressed by the president's personality and charisma. When a person was born, they had to do something. Following this determined but not pedantic, clear-minded but determined leader of the Federation, whether it was for his own future or to fulfill his spiritual pursuit, he had to take a risk. In his office, he took out his encrypted phone and made a few calls. He told them what the president had hinted at. In the last call, he was silent for a moment. Then he said very seriously, "The heroes of the Federation can bleed, but they can't cry." This was President Pobre's true opinion of the young man named Sulu. The president had never made a clear statement, but today, Brin understood. So he faithfully passed on the president's vague instructions to those who had been waiting. After putting down the phone, Director Brin unbuttoned his collar. Thinking of the madam's instructions, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths before he calmed down. The federal military wanted to protect Sulu, but because of the special nature of the military, they couldn't do anything. The old man in Philadelphia, who could influence the Federation, had been sitting by the lake fishing. The president cherished talent and wanted to keep Sulu alive. But because of the strong opposition within the government, the fear of the families behind the scenes, and the intentions of the madam, he carefully maintained his silence. When Mr. Pobre became the president of the Federation, the madam and the great power she represented played a very important role. No matter how one looked at it, President Pobre valued the madam's attitude very much. Holding the phone with his sweaty hand, Bryn lowered his head and sorted out the things he had thought about before. He couldn't help but sigh softly. The young man named Sulu had circled around such a complicated problem, but he had pushed himself to the front. The interrogation in the military prison had entered the last 2 hours of the 4th day. The director of the 4th Department of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation's eyes were red, and his hair was messy. He forcefully tore open the button on his neck and roared angrily, "Did you grow up eating shit? The Ministry of Defense only gave us 7 days. Where did all of your expertise go?" The professional interrogation experts in the room silently operated the equipment in their hands. No one dared to answer, because they didn't know how to answer. Why did this guy not break down when he had clearly exceeded the limits of human beings? The current increased again. Sulu, who was sitting on the chair and covered in blood, suddenly laughed vaguely. His laughter was a little strange. He couldn't hold on any longer. The director of the 4th Department of the Investigation Bureau waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to adjust the intensity of the current to the appropriate position. Then he walked in front of Sulu, frowned, and carefully listened to Sulu's vague words. Sulu straightened his head with difficulty and looked at the face of the official in front of him. His heart was full of cold emotions. In order to hide himself, in order to escape the prison, he had endured for a long time. But at this time, the noise in his mind and the silence of the old man made him know that if he continued to endure, he would only be able to endure until he broke down. When I was young, I was actually very naughty and very good at saying strange things. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the face of the old man, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "But I don't know why, later on, I became quieter and quieter. Probably after I followed Uncle, he said more and more strange things about this world. I wanted to be an audience, so I had to say less and less." "Young man, wake up." The director of the 4th Department of the Investigation Bureau patted Sulu's face and whispered softly, "We'll talk about your childhood story later. Let's talk about what happened 5 months ago. Don't hit me anymore." Sulu did not speak according to his wishes. Instead, he stared seriously into his eyes. "Don't be fooled by my silly smile. I look honest and kind. Actually, I'm a very vengeful person. Otherwise, why would I want to kill Macklin? Now, I want nothing more than to break your face. If you hit me again, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing you." The director of the Investigation Bureau smiled brightly. His face was pale and haggard from sleep. He did not need to be hit to look strangely scary. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he widened his eyes and asked with a strange smile, "Is that so?" He grinned, revealing his white teeth. He raised his right hand and started to slap Sulu's face. Slap, 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 slap. The slap on the face became heavier and louder, blood dripped from Sulu's lips, but he did not seem to feel anything. He just stared at the cold and crazy face of the official through the bright light. His face was red and swollen. Sulu thought about how after he escaped Dong Lin, due to his identity as a fugitive, he had become quieter and more well-behaved. Occasionally, he would go crazy. "I talk less and less, and I don't know how to speak anymore." He coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and said, "Even though I've read many books, I don't know how to express myself." "What are you trying to express?" The director stopped slapping and coldly signaled for his subordinate to give him a handkerchief to wipe his face. Sulu, who was sitting in the chair, paused slightly. He lowered his head and said, "I'm used to doing and not saying." After saying that, his pupils in his narrowed eyes suddenly shrank. At the same time, his pale face that was stained with blood started to redden rapidly. His body, which was tightly attached to the chair, started to tremble violently. "Director, should we stop for a moment?" The official in the room noticed the change and quickly suggested, "After so many days of strong electrical stimulation, I'm worried that he won't be able to hold on." The director of the investigation bureau stared at Su Li's pupils and rapidly trembling body and said indifferently, "Just make sure that he can't hold on." "Director. According to the medical records of the suspect, he has epilepsy. If he really dies, how are we going to report this to the higher-ups?" The subordinate reminded him with a trembling voice. "He wants to pretend to be dead, but unfortunately, he doesn't look good. He pretended to have diarrhea. Do you want to poop in your pants?" The director of the investigation bureau looked at Sulu, who was twitching in the chair, and said coldly, "Let me tell you, there have been more than 20 people who have done this in front of me in order to get some time to rest. You can try." Suddenly, Su Li's body stopped trembling. He closed his eyes tightly and then opened them. He looked at the director without any expression. With a crisp sound, the alloy handcuffs that handcuffed him to the chair suddenly broke. Then, the magnetic alloy shackles around his ankles broke free from the attraction of the magnetic floor and lifted up like lightning. Sulu raised his feet that were shackled with heavy alloy shackles and kicked the chief of the General Hospital's 4th Department right in the face. A stream of blood spurted wildly in the dark air. Under the illumination of the blazing lamp, it scattered in all directions like a flower blooming. In this slow-motion scene, the director of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation didn't even make a sound before he was kicked into the wall with a huge force. With a loud bang, he was knocked unconscious on the ground. Sulu was still sitting on the chair. Just as he finished kicking his feet in the air, he was pulled down by the strong suction force of the magnetic ground. With a muffled thud, his feet stomped on the ground fiercely. The huge impact made his calf muscle fibers feel sore and numb. The combination of the magnetic area and the felon's shackles was the most stringent security measure in Qingqing military prison. Over the past few decades, perhaps only Sulu had enjoyed it, especially in the interrogation room. Through the electric control, the magnetic area's power was enough to hold the felon who was shackled in place like a nail stuck into a piece of wood. Who would have thought that under such safety measures, Sulu, who looked like he was on the brink of death, was actually able to forcibly break through the powerful suction force and lift his leg? The remaining few officers of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation looked at this unbelievable scene and suddenly froze. They subconsciously wanted to shoot Sulu, who was sitting in the chair, but then they realized that their guns had already been taken away by the prison. Sulu, who was sitting in the chair with a pale face and covered in blood, narrowed his eyes and looked at the officers in the room. Looking at the unconscious director in the corner, his mood was as good as if he had just finished going to the toilet. He said in a hoarse voice, "I don't want to talk. He is too long-winded, so I can only ask him to shut up." Chapter 311. Sulu silently stood in front of the window, looking at the wild grass. The grass was green, but because it was particularly messy, there was not much of a gentle spring feeling. He did not know how wide the Qingqing military prison was, nor did he know what dangers were hidden in the seemingly quiet and desolate fields and forests. But before he was interrogated, he was prepared to try to escape at all costs. However, this plan had to be temporarily put on hold. That day, when he knocked out the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau with a kick, Sulu thought that he would be greeted with the most severe punishment from the prison. And under the tense situation at that time, the Federation officials responsible for interrogating him would make him pay an extremely heavy price. But what he did not expect was that before the investigation officials in the interrogation room had time to make a violent reaction, the prison sent a group of soldiers to control the situation in the room and escorted him out. It seemed that someone was protecting him, but he did not know who. Sulu looked at the burning sea of grass outside the window. He lowered his head and slowly sucked in a breath. He felt that his situation was like a cloud of fog. Even he could not understand what would happen in the next moment. Frowning, he lowered his body and struggled to move his legs, moving slowly and with difficulty back to the bed. It was only a few steps, but it was so difficult to walk that when he sat on the edge of the bed, he actually let out an extremely satisfied sigh. The echoes of the noise still remained in his ears. His body that had been tortured by the Federation Investigation Bureau for several days clearly felt the pain in every part of his body. Especially the muscles on the front of his two legs. Because of the suction force from forcibly breaking through the magnetic ground that day, every pair of long muscle fibers seemed to have rusted. As long as he wanted to move, they would rub against each other, producing intense pain. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Sulu lowered his head and looked at his ankles. The heavy alloy shackles had an additional alloy chain behind them, firmly fastening them to the wall. That day, he kicked the director away. The prison was shocked that someone could break through the magnetic shackles with physical strength, and the prison became even more strict on him. No one came to interrogate him again, and his daily food was automatically sent to the cell. Sulu seemed to have returned to those few months in the dark cell, but he couldn't get used to this kind of loneliness. During his dark days at Fox Fortress, his greatest gain was probably his interaction with the old thing. Unfortunately, he still couldn't establish a two-way federation with the people of the Federation through the old thing. And his greatest question was why the glory of the Charter of the Federation would help him. He had once asked the other side of the Black Dream sincerely, but all he got was a mechanical answer. After communicating with it many times, he was already used to this method. He was no longer afraid, and instead felt a sense of closeness. It was a pity that he knew that the other side was a universe as vast as the stars, and not a real life form, so he felt a little strange. No matter how great a program was, no matter how close it was to life, it was still a program in the end. It would only mechanically follow certain procedures, and these procedures could only be related to the Federation Charter and Su Li's authority. It couldn't be related to something like feelings. Relying on his intuition and deduction ability as an engineer, Sulu was gradually able to deduce that the Federation computer would occasionally help him, occasionally assist him, but it wasn't like the gun in his hands that would take whatever he wanted. It was probably because of the strange experiences he had in the past, the disguised chip behind his neck, the past coma, and the active contact in the Black Dream. The occurrence of these strange things might have been a logical error in the Federation computer's program, or it might have been some kind of built-in fixed program. Sulu just didn't understand the truth. Using a certain Federation proverb, it went like this: if you can't understand, can't touch the truth of the matter, then just enjoy the surface of the matter. Sulu was doing exactly that now. He gently stroked the bracelet on his wrist, a hint of a bitter smile appearing on his face. The faint metallic luster of the bracelet was not eye-catching, and the design was also extremely simple. Without the help of equipment, it would be very difficult for a normal person to tell that the seemingly fine patterns on the bracelet were actually two lines of poetic language. During the process of being imprisoned by the Federation, the bracelet on Su Li's wrist had been examined many times, but no problem had ever been found. Because the bracelet couldn't be taken off, the military prison had no choice but to let him carry it around. In the entire universe, Sulu was probably the only one who knew what kind of secrets and wisdom were hidden in this ordinary-looking bracelet. The bracelet also had a function that often made Su Li's back break out in cold sweat. Early on, after the knife fight on Tiger Mountain Road, he had already discovered that the bracelet left behind by Uncle Feng Yu actually hid the secret architectural compositions of countless famous and not famous gloomy prisons of the Federation. After careful analysis, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Uncle Feng Yu's valiant life. Who knew how many times Uncle Feng Yu had been captured by the Federation, locked in all kinds of heavily guarded prisons, and escaped from prison countless times. It was a pity that he didn't have a suitable tool at hand to open the shackles on his legs. Su Lu lowered his eyes and narrowed them. Memories and plans flashed through his mind quickly, but his mood was getting colder and colder. There were some people in the Federation who wanted him dead, especially that madam. What should he do? In the interrogation room, Su Lu kicked a high-ranking official of the Federation Investigation Bureau flying and spitting out blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. With his current status as a prisoner of the Federation, he could only eat countless bad fruits and be punished by the powerful state apparatus. However, the military prison only increased the security on him, but also used security measures as an excuse to stop the follow-up investigation by the Federation Investigation Bureau. From a certain perspective, it was actually protecting him. Everything that happened in the Allure prison was just a concrete manifestation of the change in attitude of the upper echelons of the Federation. At the end of May, year 68 of the constitutional calendar, Director Breen of the President's residence deeply understood the meaning of President Prabhu's silence. In a phone call, he expressed to the relevant parties that they couldn't let the Federation hero shed blood and cry. As a result, the federal military, which had been silent all this time, broke the silence. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Miles, personally presented Su Li's past contributions to the Federation to the President. For example, the MX Mecha, the accidental retrieval of the fatal data of the Space Channel, and for unknown reasons, exposing Macklin's true identity before the Bureau of Proclamation and killing the most successful spy of the Empire. Due to these reasons, General Miles firmly requested President Pobre to pardon Su Lu. Almost at the same time, Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military Region, who had been at odds with the Federation government for decades, also expressed his attitude to the President's residence. He hoped that Su Lu would be released as soon as possible. The people of the Federation didn't know about these things, but the upper echelons of the Federation were gradually aware. And the soldiers of the Federation knew better than the politicians what kind of harm it would have done to the Federation if Macklin had escaped at that time. The Federal Army was particular about punishing mistakes and rewarding meritorious deeds. In addition to the obscure relationship between Su Lu and the daughter of the Minister of Defense, the connection between the Zhong family of the West Woods and him that no one knew about, and most importantly, the military admired extraordinary talents like Su Lu and his temperament. The overall attitude of the entire upper echelons of the military naturally leaned towards pardoning Su Lu. With the support of the federal military, President Pobre's opinion on this matter had the most reliable guarantee of power. The procedures for pardoning Su Lu began in the president's residence. However, even if the president wanted to pardon Su Lu, he would still need to be sentenced by the military court in advance, so it would still take some time. Just as the situation was developing in the direction of a beautiful world where the wind blows away and the clouds disperse, they encountered a sudden obstacle. One after another, important cabinet members of the government, several committee chairmen on Parliament Hill, and even the two justices of the Supreme Court who had just learned the truth of the matter, cautiously and firmly expressed their opinions to the president's residence through various channels. They expressed their understanding of the president's desire to pardon Su Lu, but they believed that as a terrorist whose hands were stained with blood, no matter how beautiful the results of his actions were, his actions had already violated the laws of the Federation. In order to uphold the spirit of the Federation Charter, the Federation must give Su Lu a fair and undisturbed trial. President Pobre knew that these were all excuses, but many people in the Federation government were unwilling to see a dangerous person who disregarded the law as nothing be released. This represented the opinion of a large number of forces. The president didn't need to consider the opinions of these people, but he had to consider the opinion of that lady. A black car without a logo left the flat lawn in front of the president's residence and headed in the direction of Macho's back mountain. Tonight, for the aftermath of Macklin's death and Sue Lee's ending, President Pobre and Lady Tai had an extremely frank conversation. It was clear that the president didn't want this matter to affect the unity of the Federation's upper echelons, and he even more so didn't want to affect his friendship with Lady Tai. In addition, he believed that Lady Tai would be explained by him, which was why they had this conversation. During the conversation, Lady Tai calmly expressed her opinion, polite but persistent. However, President Pobre was different from his predecessor. He listened calmly with a smile, but he still insisted on his action of pardoning Sue Lo. It couldn't be said that they parted on bad terms, but the atmosphere was at least a bit stifling. This stifling atmosphere was maintained all the way into the car. Shunli sat quietly in the front passenger seat and said, "The process of pardoning will take another month. I have already finished organizing the files related to Sue Lo and can send them to the Bureau of Proclamation at any time." Secretary Shin suddenly became silent. Without turning his head, he said sincerely, "Madam, the president doesn't know about this. Why didn't you tell him? If he knew that Sue Lee's existence could threaten the safety of the charter, he definitely wouldn't insist on pardoning." Lady Tai, who sat in the back, wore a dark brown windbreaker. Her hands were naturally spread out by her side. Her expression was cold and calm. She didn't get angry because the president refused her opinion. When she heard Shun Li's words, her thin eyebrows trembled slightly on her well-maintained face. She said slowly, "Don't discuss this topic in the future." When Secretary Shin heard the calm words, he suddenly felt his body become a bit cold. He subconsciously looked out the window, but he found that the window was tightly closed. No wind blew in. Of course, it was already late spring. Even if the night wind blew in, it would only be warm. His sudden cold was only because his mood affected his senses. Sue Lee's secret was only known by the 3 people in the car in the Federation. Shunli knew that this represented the madam's absolute trust in him. What he said before was very inappropriate. Lady Tai turned her head and looked out the window at the familiar streets of the capital. She had lived in this city, the core of the Federation's power, for many years. She had never truly gotten close to this core of power, but this core of power was constantly under her influence. Only today did she suddenly realize that the current president of the Federation was indeed a person with a strong will. It was not easy to not influence him. Sue Lee's secret was Feng Yu's secret. In the madam's eyes, it was also her secret. She originally didn't want to share this secret with anyone. This was very interesting. It was probably like a little girl treasuring her fake jewelry box. But now she knew that if she didn't reveal this secret, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to kill Sue Lo. At the inauguration ceremony 5 months ago, she and the Bureau of Proclamation almost simultaneously learned that Sue Lo had entered the S2 mountain surrounded by Mountain's Foundation building. After a short period of consideration, she wrote down a faint foreshadowing at the first moment. Secretary Bai, who had found an opportunity to return the information at the mountaintop, quietly left. Sue Lee's detailed plan revealed the most fatal flaw. However, under such circumstances, that brat named Sue Lo was still able to kill him. This fact made Lady Tai vigilant, angry, and a little disappointed. Therefore, she had to kill Sue Lo. The silence in the car continued until they entered the back of Macho Mountain. The moment Secretary Shin opened the car door for the madam, he saw the firm expression on the madam's face. Thinking of the conversation in the president's official residence, he suddenly understood what the madam wanted to do. Sue Lo had to die. If the president first granted amnesty, and then the madam threw that bomb through the Bureau of Proclamation, the government and the military would definitely be rendered speechless. Lady Tai definitely didn't have the extravagant hope of controlling a Federation president, but at least she wanted the president to have enough respect for her. This kind of arrangement was, without a doubt, the most understated but powerful method. Secretary Shen held an umbrella and accompanied the madam as they walked through the fine spring rain toward the mountain villa. The respect in his heart rose spontaneously like the rain. The mountain rain was about to fall to the ground when a gust of wind blew into the building. The dispute over this matter among the upper echelons of the Federation was strictly controlled within an extremely small circle of knowledge. However, that night, President Pabre and Lady Tai had an unfruitful conversation. Apart from the Westwoods Xiong family, the other 6 families, as well as their partners and stakeholders within the government, all began to make their own moves. Although the amnesty process wasn't terminated, it was still abnormally difficult to proceed. Faced with the pressure from the 1,000-year-old families of the Federation, even General Myers seemed to feel the difficulty. During a phone call with Zhou Yingxing, he somewhat angrily expressed his pessimistic views and worries about this matter. Although the president and the military had enough confidence, no one knew what the madam was thinking. Perhaps she held secrets that outsiders didn't know. Otherwise, with the madam's political wisdom, there was no way she would oppose the president granting amnesty to Su Lu. It should be known that everyone knew that Su Lu had always had a close relationship with the Tai family. Everyone wanted to kill him. The Federation was completely silent. In this oppressive atmosphere, a black car slowly stopped in front of the entrance of Qingqing military prison. A thin and weak major walked out of the car. Beside him was a beautiful woman in a white dress. The soldiers of the military prison looked at the man and woman at the entrance as if they were looking at 2 idiots. They actually wanted to visit a serious criminal of the Federation. Could it be that they didn't know what kind of people were locked up in Qingqing military prison? There had never been such heartwarming stories of visits happening here. However, the soldiers in charge of security forgot that if they really were 2 idiots, how could they possibly find the true location of Qingqing military prison? Chapter 312. It had been many years since a visitor had come to Qingqing military prison. The soldiers in charge of security looked at the man and woman at the door with a strange expression. Before the sarcasm in their eyes could melt away, they were shocked and suspicious when they saw the file handed to them by the young major. The officer who came after hearing the news looked through the file seriously with a headache. He found that these thick files were indeed written authorizations jointly issued by the Ministry of National Defense, the 1st Military Region, and the Ministry of Justice. However, he did not dare to make the decision. After all, this prison was completely different from other prisons in the Federation. For many years, there had been no visitation rules. Among the strict security measures, there were no regulations for visitation. Although the thin and weak young major in front of him followed the relevant regulations of the Federation, the military prison had not encountered such a situation for many years. The officer could not confirm that these procedures were legal and reasonable. He did not have the courage to welcome the first visitor to Qingqing military prison in many years just by relying on these documents. The news of a visitor to the prison was reported up the chain of command until it reached the warden level. Not long after, the soldiers at the gate of the military prison were surprised to see a fat warden in a military uniform running all the way to the entrance. Qingqing military prison had a special status. The warden was treated as a major general. The military uniform worn by the warden was clearly marked with his medal and rank. The fat warden rushed in front of the thin young officer. Thinking of the phone call he had received earlier, he subconsciously wanted to salute the young officer. But then he remembered that the young officer was only a major after all. His right hand that was about to be raised dropped unnaturally. The warden took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat on his forehead. He said to the young major in a low voice, "Major Yuan, I just received a call from you. I didn't have time to prepare. Please excuse me." Although the warden was treated as a major general, he had been guarding the military prison in the wasteland for many years. In fact, he was just a marginal figure in the military. Today, he suddenly welcomed an important guest who could change his life. He could not help but feel a little excited and flustered. Even though he was excited and panicked, he still had to follow the procedures. The federal military had always been strict in terms of discipline. The young major with a special identity also knew this. After smiling, he handed the documents that he had checked earlier to the warden. A few minutes later, the soldiers and officials at the main entrance of Enchanting military prison watched as the warden personally welcomed the young man and woman into the prison. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. They couldn't help but wonder who on earth had come to receive such treatment and authority. Tai Yuan's Special Forces team was transferred back to S1 to rest and reorganize after completing the secret mission assigned by the Bureau of Proclamation. A few days ago, the entire team represented the 2nd Military Region and participated in the Federation's anti-terrorism exercise. Because of his excellent performance in the exercise and the overall score of the General Staff Headquarters, he was promoted to Major by the Ministry of Defense. Following the warden in the long and dark tunnel, he lowered his head and looked at the clear magnetic material of the tunnel under his feet. A trace of indescribable emotion appeared on his slightly pale face. He wondered how that guy was doing after being locked up here. The Tai family had a terrifying influence that no one in the Federation had ever truly encountered. Whether it was the government or the other families of the 7 major families, they all maintained enough respect and vigilance towards this family of the former dynasty that did not have a prosperous population. As the young master of the Tai family, he had enough power to break some of the Federation's rules. However, he had always been a citizen of the Federation and maintained respect for the laws of the Federation's charter. Therefore, this time, when he came to Enchanting military prison, he spent a full month to apply for the complicated review documents. The laws of the Federation did not prohibit visits in military prisons. Tai Yuan took advantage of this. However, the problem was that he knew very well that this was unprecedented. Whether it was the Ministry of Defense or the Ministry of Justice, those officials had somewhat reluctantly approved his application because there was a Tai in the applicant's name at the end of the document. Even the warden who was leading the way in front of him was the same. If it wasn't for that phone call, even if he came with a few lawyers of the Federation, how could he enter Enchanting military prison? Thinking of this, Tai Yuan's expression calmed down a little. There was only a long table in the room and a few chairs fixed to the ground. The walls were made of alloy, and the ground was mixed with magnetic material of the tunnel. Tai Yuan asked the beautiful lady beside him to sit down first. Then, he sat on his own chair and silently waited for that guy to appear. While waiting, he thought of the strict security measures he had seen along the way. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. As a God's favored child, although he had also experienced the baptism of blood and fire in Huanshan 4 states, this was the first time he carried out such a sinister destruction of freedom. It was inevitable that he felt a little strange. Not long after, along with the dull sound of metal colliding and the sound of shackles dragging on the ground, Su Lu, whose freedom of movement was strangled by various security devices, followed behind the warden. He slowly and painstakingly walked into the room. Su Lu looked at the man and woman across the table. His footsteps suddenly froze in place. When he received the notice from the prison, he thought it was a follow-up interrogation by the Federation Investigation Bureau, or that Su Songzi had come again to report some information. However, he didn't expect that the person who came today was a pure visitor. It was the guy he hadn't seen in a long time. Su Lu looked at Tai Yuan across the table, shook his head with a smile, and sat down. During this process, the smile on his face was in full bloom. It was incomparably joyful and sincere. Coupled with his smiling eyes, he looked somewhat cute and silly. Tai Yuan stared at the smiling Su Lu in front of him. His face was cold and indifferent. After a while, he said seriously to the warden. "General, can I talk to him alone?" This didn't seem to be in accordance with the regulations. However, Qingqing prison didn't seem to have any regulations regarding visits. The point was that the warden knew very well that Su Lu was an extremely dangerous person. He really didn't feel safe leaving the crown prince and that delicate beauty alone in the same space with this person. If something happened, how could he explain to the Tai family, to the military, and to the president? Therefore, even though the warden was very happy to hear the crown prince call him general, he still hesitated and didn't immediately agree. "I have a good relationship with him. I don't think he's crazy enough to kill me," Tai Yuan said calmly. The warden pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, but the prison will monitor and record the whole process. I hope you understand." "Thank you." Tai Yuan bowed slightly to express his gratitude. There were only 3 people left in the room. It was the first time the enchanting beauty had come to such a place. Her gentle eyes were filled with curiosity and nervousness. She timidly looked at the young prisoner across the table who was wearing handcuffs and leg shackles. She felt that she had seen him somewhere before. But what she thought more was, what kind of vicious and evil person was this person? He was actually locked up in such a dark place by the Federation. Why did this noble person beside her come to visit him? And, why did she have to bring her along? The 2 young men in the room didn't care about this girl's thoughts. They only looked at each other. The smile on Su Li's face grew wider and wider. In the end, he actually laughed out loud and kept shaking his head. He seemed to be extremely happy. Looking at this scene, Tai Yuan's face grew colder and colder. He didn't know where the anger came from, but it made him suddenly slam the table. He pointed at Su Li's face and forced out a cold growl from between his teeth. "Stop laughing like an idiot." Su Lu looked at him somewhat innocently. He tried his best to hide the smile that came from his heart, but the corners of his lips were still curled up stubbornly. He could suppress his smile, but he couldn't suppress his happiness. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. Do you only know how to squint and laugh like an idiot your whole life?" Tai Yuan stared into his eyes and said coldly, "You're going to die. How can you still laugh? You've really laughed until you become an idiot. You really aren't afraid of things like death. Do you know the consequences of this matter? How many people in the Federation want you dead? The 7 great families, the government, the Senate, those big shots are actually just a bunch of idiots. They only know how to pretend to be calm, to kill with a flick of their fingers. In reality, they're all just a bunch of idiots, played by Macklin." He raised his head and looked into Su Li's eyes. He said seriously, "They were played to death by Macklin. In the end, you played Macklin to death. And the reason you used was so simple and direct. Your existence is a slap to their faces. And they've always been afraid of people like you. What are you thinking? You actually single-handedly killed an S2. Who do you think you are? Li Pifu." The more Tai Yuan thought about this bizarre matter, the angrier he got. He slammed the table angrily and said sternly, "What exactly is in your brain? The pear blossoms and snow from Yue University have all been stuffed into your brain. You only know about romance." Su Lu stuttered and objected. This matter did not seem to have anything to do with romance. If it's not romance, then it's white clothes whiter than snow. With an ancient sword in hand, you want to protect the peace of the universe and the justice of the world. Tai Yuan waved his hand and said angrily, "Zhang Xiaomeng is not dead. What the hell does Macklin have to do with you?" The beautiful girl beside him looked at Tai Yuan in shock. She had not seen him many times, and this was the first time she saw him so angry. She could not help but be even more confused about the real relationship between Tai Yuan and the prisoner. "Today, I'm here to ask you one thing. You went to kill Macklin. How much of it was because of the crime he committed? Or is it that subconsciously, you still want to prove something to Zhang Xiaoming? You want to prove that you're more violent, more revolutionary, and more righteous than the anti-government forces? Don't say that Macklin killed people, but the Federation's laws are useless against him, so you want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. He deserved to die, but what about you? How many people did you kill in the Foundation building? How many people died in the Federation's riots in the past few months? Tai Ziyuan's face was slightly pale. He stared into his eyes and said, "This universe does not need such a hero. You should not be such a lonely hero. You are not a hero. You are not even a good person. Maybe you just like the feeling of killing people." Tai Ziyuan raised his hands and said mockingly, "What do the soldiers who know about the training base say about you after seeing the surveillance video of the Foundation building? A cold-blooded killer." Subconsciously, Zhang Xiaoming, cold-blooded. The smile on Su Li's lips gradually disappeared. He quietly looked at Tai Ziyuan across the table. He narrowed his eyes and seriously recalled his thoughts at that time. He confirmed that his starting point was very simple and did not need to discuss psychology. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. From the moment Su Li entered the room, Tai Ziyuan never stopped talking. He did not give him a chance to refute. Su Li also tactfully kept silent because he knew where Tai Ziyuan's anger came from. Of course, he also knew that this friend he had not seen for a long time could enter the heavily guarded military prison. Naturally, it was not just to vent his anger by scolding him from afar. In fact, when he saw the beautiful girl in a white dress beside Tai Ziyuan, Su Li felt something. That girl was Bai Qi, the former top girl of the Linhai Star Club and Tai Ziyuan's first woman. These represented that Su Li and Tai Ziyuan were not that distant, but they felt like distant memories. Tai Ziyuan brought Bai Qi here to show Su Li how nostalgic he was. After a long silence, a sincere smile appeared on Su Li's face again. He looked at Tai Ziyuan and asked seriously, "Are you done scolding? Do you feel better?" Tai Ziyuan looked at the bright smile on his face and waved his hand in annoyance. "Almost. Then I'll say a few words." Su Li said with a smile, "I'm an orphan. My childhood was probably unimaginable to you, so don't look at me all the time. Sometimes, when I'm impulsive, I become the ferocious young man I used to be. I don't even blink when I kill people. When I was locked up in Fox Castle for a few months, no one talked to me. I often talk to myself. Come to think of it, I'm definitely not the good person that I once wanted to be. Yes, I'm a murderer now. In fact, I was already a murderer when I was in my teens. But murderers can also have their own moral standards, although the term moral standards sounds a little too mysterious." Su Li looked at Tai Ziyuan's face and said seriously. If Tai Ziyuan had not come to see him personally, he might not have bothered to say these words to anyone. He really did not need to explain what he did. He just wanted to explain it to his trusted friends. Killing Macklin has nothing to do with Zhang Xiaoming. It has nothing to do with the terrorist attack at the concert. It doesn't even have much to do with the innocent victims. I just want to do something that meets my own standards. Su Li said seriously, "Every time I think of breathing the air that Macklin once breathed, I feel unduly depressed. I want to meet my own standards. I want to have fun." Tai Ziyuan lowered his head and listened to what he said seriously. Finally, he could not help but smile faintly and said, "You're having fun. What about the others?" Su Li was about to say something with a smile when Tai Ziyuan gave Bai Qi a look and asked her to walk out of the office. He was slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows that were like flying knives and asked curiously, "This girl, has she been raised by you since that day?" As expected of the young master of the Tai family. If everyone spent their nights like you, the Federation would be in chaos. Supply and demand would be completely unbalanced. This was not a funny joke. Of course, Tai Xuan did not laugh. The reason why Su Luk said this was because he saw the solemn expression between Tai Xuan's brows. He knew that an extremely serious topic was about to begin. Subconsciously, he wanted to dilute the atmosphere. Tai Xuan stood up, walked to his side, and whispered a few words. Su Li's expression suddenly changed. After you were arrested, you must have suffered a lot in prison. Take care of yourself more. You don't have to take off your clothes to show off the scars on your body. Tai Xuan gently pressed his shoulder. Feeling that he had lost a lot of weight, he could not help but feel a little sad. At this moment, Su Lo was still immersed in shock. It was not until now that he learned the whole truth from Tai Xuan. Macklin was actually a spy for the Empire. This ridiculous fact made him unable to recover for a moment, and he did not listen to Tai Xuan's words. I'll leave first. Don't worry. After saying this, Tai Xuan walked out of the room. Su Luk stood up with some difficulty and nodded at him. There was no need for too many words between the two of them to understand each other's intentions. Seeing that the alloy door of the room was closed, Su Li's lips curved into a smile. It was really a blessing to have a few friends in this world. Immediately after, the smile on his lips bloomed. With a trace of disbelief and a trace of absurdity, he laughed loudly in the quiet room. His laughter reverberated in the room, colliding back and forth. Macklin was a spy for the Empire. After hearing this shocking news, Su Luk did not feel any pride in saving the fate of the Federation, nor did he think that he was some kind of hero. This was because his logic had always been too lazy to touch on these aspects. He only thought happily, good kill. Behind the Macho Mountain, beside the Macho Lake. On the balcony, Lady Tai slowly turned around. Her calm and gentle face did not change at all. She asked, "What did he say on the phone?" Big Secretary Shen hesitated for a moment, then immediately repeated truthfully, "Young master has already left Qingqing prison. He said on the phone that we should figure out how many lives the person locked up in there had saved him. What can he use to repay him?" Upon hearing this, a complicated expression flashed across Lady Tai's face. There was some comfort, some anger, and some indifference. After a moment, she said softly, "Send the materials to the Bureau of Proclamation tomorrow." Shen Li's heart turned cold. He did not know if Madam and young master would turn against each other because of this matter, but he did not dare to raise any opinions. He nodded and left the balcony. At this moment, Butler Jean walked over with a solemn expression and handed the phone in his hand to Lady Tai. This was Lady Tai's private phone number. Less than 10 people in the entire Federation knew this number. Lady Tai did not take the phone. She turned around and looked at the beautiful scenery on the sorrowless lake. She said lightly, "I said, don't answer Ah Yuan's call. It's not young master's call." Butler Jin's voice was slightly nervous. He had been by Madam's side for decades and had seen countless important events and figures in the Federation. However, he still felt uneasy when he thought of this call. He lowered his voice and said, "It's from Philadelphia." Chapter 313. Regardless of whether it was the old man who was fishing by the Snow Mountain Lake in Philadelphia, or the lady who was drinking afternoon tea by the Macho Back Mountain Lake in the suburbs of the capital, to the Federation, they were not ordinary people. The ordinary people here were not just ordinary people. All these years, the old man had been sitting by the lake, not because he wanted to show the whole Federation that he did not care about fame and fortune. In fact, the glory of the Federation was all gathered on him. He was the army god who was respected by thousands of people. The division commanders, regiment commanders, battalion commanders, and soldiers under his command were now generals who held real power in the federal military. Fame and fortune were like floating clouds in the sky to this old man in Philadelphia. He had once picked them up with his fingers, so he knew that they were not fake, but they were also not that important. The lady in the Macho-Back Mountain Lake was the same. Just like the attitude of the 7 major families for thousands of years, she had always been smiling calmly and silently behind the scenes, looking at the turbulent situation on the stage. She knew more than anyone else. Her slender fingers could easily pick up a piece of old history, which could be a secret that could not be found in the Federation. The family she controlled had always been low-key and silent. Even many years ago, when the government and the 7 major families were like fire and water, the Tai family still calmly suppressed all the power that was hidden in the dark. Who knew what kind of power that family of thousands of years old would erupt once it broke out? When a butterfly flapped its wings, it could create a hurricane on the other side of the sea. The army god in Philadelphia, the lady in the Macho-Back Mountain Lake, was not a small and weak butterfly, but a rock that flew above the 9 heavens, flying through the light of the stars. If people like them really moved, the wind would be very difficult to stop. The content of the contact between these 2 big figures was usually not that important. Instead, the time of contact between them could reveal some very important signals. Lady Tai took the exquisite black phone and walked to the edge of the terrace. There was a polite smile on her calm face, as if she could see the old man on the other end of the phone. Before the new year, when Madame Tai found out that General Li had the intention of matchmaking the young lady and the young master of the Li family, she specially made a trip to Fictional City and had a meal with the old man. Since then, the two had not seen each other. However, at this time, the old man actually called her personally. Madame Tai did not need to ponder for too long to understand the meaning behind it. Lady Tai smiled and said something into the phone. Then, she hung up the phone. She held the green stone of the terrace with both hands and stared at the slightly dark lake and mountains in a daze. There were some things that she could understand, but there were some that she couldn't. She believed that she had already revealed enough information when she smiled on the phone. However, there were some things that could only be explained thoroughly when they met. Army God was an official title of the Federation government. It was not a magical description that was passed down by word of mouth. Although the old man had been silent for a long time, no one dared to underestimate his influence in the Federation. Therefore, when some people knew that the Army God had left Fictional City and was heading to the capital special district, they were shocked and puzzled. In front of the entrance of the Linyuan, there were some figures of the special task force behind the dense trees. The black official vehicles of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation also showed their presence at the intersection not far away. However, there were more than a dozen military vehicles, which were painted in camouflage in dark green. There were more than a dozen of them parked along the road in front of the entrance of the Linyuan. The air was filled with the unique chill of a military camp. The old man never wanted to trouble the Federation government, but since the government knew that he was coming, of course, they had to show enough sincerity and attention. As for the officers of the Ministry of National Defense and the 1st Military Region, they followed the strictest orders of their superiors and surrounded the Linyuan. They had to ensure that the old man was not disturbed by irrelevant people. However, it seemed that they did not need to do these things, because the Linyuan was not accepting guests today. The owner of the Linyuan, who used to travel through the Federation like a shadow and rarely appeared in front of people, was wearing a dark green suit today. He stood at the entrance of the Linyuan with a smile on his face. He politely but coldly blocked all the prying eyes, and even refused the request of Director Brin from the president's residence to enter. Lin Banshan, the most famous son of the 7 families and the top figure in the Federation, was like a doorman today. He stood at the entrance with his mountain-like shoulders and smiled like a doorman. In this federation, there was probably only one person who could let Lin Banshan guard the door. When he was young, he had seen the old man, but he never thought that the old man would actually live in his place when he returned to the capital for the first time in all these years. The sense of achievement he felt when he swept through the underground world of Bermuda was not as good as today. He smiled and sent Director Brin out of the door, and then whispered a few words to the logistics director of the 1st Military Region, who had a distressed expression, before he closed the door of the Linyuan tightly. Except for the bamboo house next to the hall, there was not a single guest in the Linyuan. Lady Tai picked up a piece of light red tong luo fish and dipped it in a little rosemary sauce. She steadily put it on the Guna porcelain plate opposite her and said with a smile, "Lin Banshan is really bold. He dares to release the news that you are coming to the capital. This way, those old guys who are already afraid of him will be even more afraid of him. I like bold young people," the old man said with a smile. Ever since he no longer held the position of Grand Marshal, he had never worn a military uniform again. Today, he was wearing an extremely simple set of casual clothes. His hair was white, and his old and thin body appeared even shorter because of his sitting posture. Compared to the young and tall grandson behind him, the passion and grief of life could be seen at a glance. No one would be able to associate him with his illustrious military exploits and the shocking act of assassinating the Empire's emperor. Li Feng, who was wearing a lieutenant colonel uniform, stood behind the old man with his hands behind his back. The usual craziness and violence were gone, and there was only calmness and honesty. He really looked like a boy in puberty, and not the terrifying madman Li. In this world, the only person he feared and respected, and didn't dare to have the slightest rebellious thoughts, was not his father, but his grandfather, the old and thin old man in front of him. Madame Tai quietly looked at the age spots on the edge of the old man's eyebrows. Thinking about the past few decades, watching the once arrogant war god gradually grow old, she couldn't help but have some indescribable complex feelings. The old man casually waved his hand. Li Feng saluted with a bang, walked out of the bamboo house, and walked out of the gate of Linyuan. Leaving his grandfather's side, the piercing cold ruthlessness that rose to the sky returned to him. He coldly stared at the cars outside of Linyuan, feeling a little annoyed. Lin Banshan, who had been standing at the gate of Linyuan, smiled and lit a cigarette. He handed one over, but it was rejected by Li Feng. "Sir Military God came here this time for that guy, right?" Lin Banshan didn't care. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely said, "Madman Li, it's useless to be annoyed. If even Military God likes that guy, you can only be annoyed forever in this life." There were only 2 people left in the bamboo house, 2 people who were qualified to stand in the clouds and watch the destruction and rebirth of the stars. In fact, many years ago, they often sat opposite each other like now, discussing and deciding many things. But at that time, there was a president and a director of the Bureau of Proclamation beside them. But those 2 partners had died, and there were only 2 of them left in the world. It was inevitable that they were lonely. It was little Feng who told me. Otherwise, although I also watched the news on TV, I didn't know that this matter had something to do with my family. The old man looked at Lady Tai and slowly said, "Since that little guy called Su Le has something to do with my family, I have to pay some attention to him." Hearing this, Lady Tai easily analyzed the cause and effect. She lowered her head and said with a smile, "I have taken care of Yuzi for so many years, but in the end, I still don't know her well." It was unknown how much coldness and indifference there was in this sigh, but this lady wasn't stupid enough to put on airs in front of the old man. She just sighed and said, "Su Lo has something to do with your family, but it's related to him. Although I don't want to admit it, it seems that Su Lo is the only descendant of my younger brother left in this universe." "Descendant? Isn't Muzi his daughter?" said Lady Tai. "I brought Muzi up." Although she has inherited her brother's rebellious nature, she is still a girl after all. And she hasn't even seen her biological father, so she hasn't inherited anything from him. But Sulu is different. The old man's voice was a bit light. He said slowly, I am old, and he is dead. But I found that he had a student who inherited most of his abilities. It seems that the living me and the dead him can find some way to see each other. The two brothers, one old and one dead, couldn't see each other again. The old man's words were simple and clear, but there was also a bit of sadness. Lady Tai listened quietly, and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. She gently pressed the silk scarf on his forehead. After a moment of silence, she said slowly, back then, because he broke the glory of the charter, we discussed something with the president. Have you forgotten? He is your biological younger brother, and you have never hesitated. Why do you have a different opinion today? She said with slight mockery, is it because you are old and your heart has softened? Why was your heart so hard back then? The old man looked at Lady Tai quietly. He thought about the secret meeting at the president's official residence that year. He thought about the time when this lady was still a young girl. He thought about the previous head of the Tai family, the complicated relationship between her and his younger brother. He thought about how her eyes were slightly red when she signed her name on behalf of the Tai family. He couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. He didn't pay attention to the rare sharpness in her words. It was probably only in front of this old man that Madame Cheung would reveal some of her true feelings. He is different from this little guy. The old man said slowly in an old voice, personality determines fate. My younger brother was born cold and heartless. If the Bureau of Proclamation hadn't been tracking him down and suppressing him for the past few decades, who knows how many people would have died because of him. But this little guy is different. He made great contributions to the Federation. I checked his files for the past 2 years. I really admired this little guy's personality. Back then, he also made great contributions to the Federation. Lady Tai looked coldly at the old man in front of her and said, I don't think it suits your personality to decide the Federation's safety based on personality. He can affect the Federation's safety because he has the ability to break the glory of the Charter. Is that little guy really that dangerous? Lady Tai lowered her head and poured a cup of tea for the old man. She said slowly, the Federation has already determined that Su Lo from Donglin is dead, but he is alive and well in front of me. You should understand what this means. The old man coughed twice. The wrinkles on his face gradually smoothed out. He said, I only recently found out about the relationship between Su Lo and him. Li Feng has fought with him before, but he never told me. In my opinion, this little guy is just too unlucky to have met someone like my brother. He was carelessly brought into the earth trench. As for the matter of the chip, perhaps he exchanged it for this little guy when the Bureau of Proclamation was hunting him down 2 years ago. You are old after all. Lady Tai quietly studied the wrinkles on the old man's face. She said with a slight mocking tone like a younger sister, where did the war god, who was decisive in killing and would rather sacrifice his family for the sake of justice than let the Federation take any risk go? He actually used this kind of self-comforting reasoning to clear the name of a dangerous little guy. Of course. The old man said calmly, if Su Lu knows everything that my younger brother knows, I won't object to you handing him over to the Bureau of Proclamation. How can you be sure of this? I'll go see him myself. Perhaps it was just as Lady Tai said with a slight mocking tone. The Federation's war god Li Pifu was old after all. When he found out from Li Feng that the person who assassinated Macklin was actually his student and seemed to have inherited all of his abilities, there were some ripples in his tranquil heart. If he was still alive, perhaps this old man would always be as tough as ice-cold iron. However, he was already dead, so the old man naturally took care of his descendant a bit more. The ripples that occasionally appeared in the war god's heart were, for the Federation, turbulent currents hidden under the jade-like surface of the sea. The old man was going to visit a serious criminal in Qingqing's military prison. The Ministry of Defense quickly sent out a special military plane and advance personnel, busily beginning to arrange everything. The old man's visit to Sulu in prison was more profound than the visit of the young master of the Tai family. The commotion it caused was even more shocking. From a certain perspective, this visit to Sulu determined his life with one glance. Life or death, it was all in this one glance. Sulu didn't know any of this. He was politely invited out of the single cell by the warden. Like a VIP guest, he bathed and ate before being brought into the interrogation room. He was originally a bit confused, but when he saw the thin old man across the long table and Mad Manly standing behind the old man, he immediately determined the true identity of this old man. The orphan of Donglin was a rock that couldn't be swayed by anything. However, when he saw this legendary figure without any mental preparation, he was still so shocked that his face turned slightly pale. His lips trembled slightly, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. The strong mental impact made Sulu feel a bit dazed. He vaguely remembered the disdainful words of the uncle in the mine many years ago, and the guesses he had about the uncle's background in the past 2 years. He looked at the Federation's war god Li Pifu across the table in disbelief and subconsciously asked in a hoarse voice, "Old man?" You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.